This is Edward Arnold. And today we are repeating one of my favorite Mr. President stories because so many of you have asked to hear it again. It's about a president who once said, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God."
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House. The elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Have you ever found yourself suddenly responsible for a high-spirited girl of 18? I did once, and it was a problem. It was even more than that because I faced a serious situation in the government at the same time. Now, of course, you want to ask me which president was I when it happened. Well, I'll tell you that later on, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. One afternoon, I had a visitor, a hard-headed man from Pennsylvania who wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even though my wife was sitting with me.
Mr. President, I'm talking for the farmers in the farm towns of 4 whole counties in western Pennsylvania. We see no reason why our people should have to pay an excise tax. We want the tax laws changed, and now...
Trent, I'm trying to keep a reasonable attitude in this whole situation.
So are we, Mr. President.
You, reasonable? In the past 2 months, you and your group have rebelled against the federal government. You've driven our Internal Revenue people out of your towns by mob violence, and 2 of our men have been killed. Do you call that being reasonable?
Our people won't stand for such heavy taxes, that's all.
Trent, these laws were passed in the interest of the whole country. They're fair and reasonable, and I mean to enforce them.
With more tax collectors, they'll be driven out, too.
You're missing the real issue.
No, that's the way politicians talk when they want to confuse me.
Trent, our government is unique in the entire world. A careful balance of power between the states and the federal government. I give you 1 week to restore order and acknowledge federal authority again. 1 week, that's all.
I was hoping you'd understand us better than this, Mr. President.
I understand you much better than you think. Good day, Mr. Trent.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Well, we're going to hear from Mr. Trent again.
Tell me, my dear, do you remember when you were a little boy?
Well, I remember when I was a little girl. Will that help?
Yeah, I suppose little girls are the same as little boys. I used to get ideas of disobeying my father until I came face to face with him. Then he'd sit down and explain why I shouldn't act the way I did, and that would end it.
You think Mr. Trent and his followers are still little boys?
I hope they are.
And what if they aren't?
In that case, we're in real trouble.
Then what about Harriet?
Harriet?
Maybe she shouldn't come here to live.
Why?
Well, if there's trouble, you won't have much time for her.
Oh, now, look, she's not a stranger. She's my niece, 18 years old.
Well, it's a grave responsibility trying to act as her father.
Oh, she won't give us any trouble. She's a charming girl.
I thought you hadn't seen her since she was 5 years old.
Well, she was charming then.
Oh, I'm only afraid it won't be fair to her. After all, with her parents not living, she may be lonely and need guidance and encouragement. All that takes time.
My dear, I can see where a young boy would be difficult, getting into trouble, making a lot of noise. But girls, they're different. Probably the most exciting thing she'll ever do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. You wait and see.
Let me kiss you. And this must be my aunt, just as sweet as I thought you'd be. Oh, it's wonderful to be here. Uncle, do you think I'll do?
Do what, Harriet?
As the youngest member of your family, Uncle, aren't you glad I've come?
Oh,
I am.
Yes, I'm delighted. And so is your aunt, aren't you, my dear?
I hope you'll be very happy living here, Harriet.
Oh, I will. Unless you're terribly solemn.
No, I don't think so.
Then don't frown at me so.
Well, I was just remembering your father.
Oh, now don't let's be sad.
And the last time I saw you...
Please don't tell me I've grown, because if I hadn't grown in 13 years, that would be embarrassing. Tell me, what's it like here?
It might seem very quiet at times, Harriet.
Yes. My dear, would you mind showing Harriet to the room she's to have?
Of course not.
Oh, don't bother. I can find it. I'll ask one of the servants. What time is dinner?
Well, 7:30.
I'll be starved by 7:30. See you both later.
She's lovely.
Am I terribly solemn, ever?
I don't think so.
Come here. How old are we, my dear?
Over 21.
Well, maybe that's why, to me anyway, she seems so...
Seems so what?
Well, on the other hand, maybe she'll do us good. We can tell better tonight when we all have dinner with General Essex.
Are you still planning on sending Essex to the West Indies?
Yes, if I can. You could help on that, and so can Harriet, just by being here. The general won't want to go, but he'll do almost anything to have two charming ladies smile at him.
General, you're wonderful.
Thank you, my dear.
Uncle, make him tell some more stories.
In a few moments, Harriet.
General, I'm going to ask a great favor of you.
Really, sir?
I want you to go to the West Indies for me on a special mission.
Oh, my heavens, how dull.
I think, Harriet, will you pour some more coffee, please?
It's a highly important mission, General. There are certain commodities we want to purchase direct.
Oh, but what a long, long trip.
The girl's got a point there.
What I'd like you to do, General, is to have a talk tomorrow with the Secretary of
Oh,
State.
besides, the mosquitoes there are huge. Or don't you mind mosquitoes, General?
Frankly, I'm very susceptible to mosquitoes.
How would you feel about going, General?
I rather think my work here is more important.
Ah, if that settles that. General, come in the next room and tell me some more of those wonderful stories.
Harriet.
Yes, Uncle?
Oh, never mind. I'll join you in a moment, General.
Will you take my arm, my dear? Now, one time I was fishing in Lake George.
What's so funny, my dear?
Remember what you said. The most exciting thing she'll do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. Here, dear, something they gave me outside. It's another report from Pennsylvania.
Let me see it, please. Oh, my, that's bad. More outbreaks of violence and other men killed. Seems like every time I hear from there, the situation is getting worse.
They aren't acting much like little boys.
They certainly aren't.
What can you do?
There's one final thing I can do, but I'll use it only as a very last resort. Speaking of problems, where's Harriet?
She went riding early this morning.
Alone?
I understand she wouldn't let the groom go with her.
Oh, she's a very high-spirited girl, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, there's no harm in her, though. Only she does make me feel terribly...
Solemn.
And inadequate. You were right. She needs more time than we've got to give her. Somebody has to finish the job of bringing her up. Get her married, see her launched into her life, so to speak.
Well, she seems well able to launch herself, I'd say.
Well, a little too able, don't you? What's that? What's all that noise?
Something out on the lawn.
Well, look, Harriet, on her horse.
Oh, is it running away with her?
No, I think it's the other way around. Oh, right over the flower beds, the bushes. My dear, make sure she comes right in here. I've got to talk to that young lady.
Oh, what a wonderful ride, Uncle. Did you see me?
Harriet, sit down.
Oh, you're not going to be terribly solemn, I hope.
Harriet, I am the President of the United States. And you are my niece. Mm-hmm. And as such have certain obligations.
Oh, to be demure and lifeless, I suppose you mean, Uncle.
To be well-behaved and discreet.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Harriet, please. I'm not only your uncle, I'm trying to be your father, too. Tell me, can you cook?
Oh, I can cook if you can eat it.
Can you sew, keep house, take care of your own clothes? Why, you don't seem to care how you look.
Oh, those things aren't important, Uncle.
They're the foundation of a happy married life.
You sound just like a textbook for young girls. Besides, I'm not even married yet.
But you will be someday. You'll have children. You've got to learn self-discipline. You wouldn't want your children to grow up to be irresponsible, would you?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it a thought.
Harriet, sooner or later, you'll meet a young man who'll fall in love with you.
Oh, I already have.
Already?
Yes. And Andrew won't care anything at all about the things you're discussing. At least not yet.
Andrew?
I met him back home. We're engaged.
Who is he, Harriet?
Oh, nobody really. But he will be.
What do you mean, nobody?
Well, I mean, he's poor, and he doesn't believe in marriages of convenience.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
Marriages of convenience.
What do you know about such things?
Well, I know that people of famous, important families like ours are always marrying off their families to somebody else famous and important, and rich, too, if possible. Well, Andrew and I don't believe in such things.
Harriet, in our family, we do not marry off our females, as you put it, as if we were African trade slavers. All I want from you is a sane and sensible husband. I want you to be well fitted to be the wife of a sane, sensible man. Now, who is Andrew?
Parks. Andrew Parks. Oh, you'll love him, Uncle.
Well, I'll have to meet him first. Now, no more riding horses across the lawn. No more running around as if you didn't care how you looked. No more... You do understand, don't you, Harriet?
Well, no, frankly, I don't. But I'll try, just to please you.
Thank you. And now, if you'll excuse me, there's an important visitor coming in that I must see.
You sent for me, Mr. President? I came as...
The state of rebellion in your section had to end. Instead of that, it's grown worse.
I warned you, sir. It'll get no better until you stop trying to collect those taxes.
Mr. Trent, you heard my warning. Now I'm going to see that the power and authority of the federal government are respected.
Mr. President, you can send your people in amongst us till you got somebody alongside every man, woman, and child. It won't change anything.
I'm going to send people among you, Trent, and it's going to surprise you who they are. That's all, Trent. Thank you for coming. Here's the door. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Well, Mr. Trent is still a problem, isn't he?
Then you heard our discussion.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, and I wish to heaven there were another way.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
When you hear about an automobile accident, do you ever identify yourself with it? Do you ever stop to think of yourself in that wrecked car you're reading about? It could be you. That's why we urge you to take normal precautions and obey common sense safety rules when you're out on the road. For instance, adjust your speed to the road. Avoid hogging the road or riding the bumper of the car in front, or passing another car without a full view of the road ahead. They're all things to be avoided if you want to stay out of accidents. Of course, pedestrians come into this accident picture, too. Crossing between intersections is one unsafe act. Crossing against the light or failing to look both ways before crossing the street, or getting out of the car on the traffic side are others. keep highway safety in mind. Don't be one of the 32,000 people who are killed each year. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, I had made a decision about the trouble in Pennsylvania. I had decided that you can't look backward and hope to go forward. As I was thinking about this, my wife came in, and it was plain that something else had happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. It seems unimportant now.
Harriet, huh?
Yes.
Well, what has she done now?
Oh, it's silly and still... Well, she's been everywhere buying clothes for herself.
Clothes? Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, she's bought things that would look much better on a... Well, she's only 18, and for her to dress up like a...
I see. I suppose that is really serious.
Yes.
Making up one's mind is an interesting process.
What do you mean?
I mean, when you make it up about one thing, it's easier to make it up about another.
Oh, I see.
Ask Harriet to come in, will you, please? There's only one way to settle this.
Uncle, I've never seen you look so solemn.
Harriet, I'm afraid I'm being a failure as a substitute father.
Oh, no, you're not.
And so I've decided it would be much better for you to go and live with your Aunt Helen in Virginia.
Leave here?
After all, I can't give you enough time. I feel that a young girl and her father, even her substitute father, ought to spend some time together. Get to know each other, become friends. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
Well, here I am. Naturally, my official duties come first, and naturally, with the decision I've had to arrive at, during the time you've been here,
You're not telling me the real reason you're sending me away.
Believe me, I am.
I've disappointed you, haven't I?
No, you haven't.
I've behaved badly, thoughtlessly. I didn't think it was important. I didn't realize...
Now, there. There's nothing to cry about, huh? You'll be much happier with your Aunt Helen. She has 2 girls about your age. You'll have friends. There's nobody here but my wife and I.
Well, it's not important, Uncle. I've been so much trouble to you already. When do you want me to go?
Well, I thought next week.
Maybe in a week you'll get over thinking that you're not a good substitute father.
Well, I'm going away, Harriet, tomorrow morning.
Oh?
To the town of Bedford, near where all the trouble is.
And I won't wait till next week, Uncle. I'll go tomorrow. It won't take me long to pack.
Harriet.
Yes?
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Uncle.
She's like her father. Impulsive, headstrong, always wanting her own way.
Come in. Good evening, Mr. President.
Oh, Major Ferris, you and I'll leave for Bedford tomorrow. I want the troops to arrive the next morning.
They're all ready, sir. They'll be camped just outside the town.
All right, Major. Now we'll see what kind of history we make in Bedford.
Mr. President, Trent has just arrived to see you. He followed us here to Bedford.
Show him in, Major.
Yes, sir. Trent, come in, please.
Mr. President.
I'm very glad to see you, Trent.
Mr. President, I've just come into town by the South Road through an encampment of soldiers. Thousands of them.
I'm glad you saw them yourself.
You mean you're going to use troops?
Trent, you and your followers are fomenting rebellion against the federal government and against the majority of your fellow citizens.
Oh, but soldiers...
Exactly. Unless your people drop their course of action, those men will move into every town and village in this region. They'll patrol the roads. They'll accompany federal tax collectors. Martial law, Trent.
There'll be bloodshed, Mr. President.
You can stop it.
It's for you to stop it.
No. You started this trouble. Now you've got to make your people understand what they're doing. If this minority dictates to the majority, there can be no security for life, liberty, or property, either yours or mine. I'm here to represent the great majority of Americans. Whatever comes out of these days, I want to be able to say to myself, I did everything I could. I left no stone unturned. Now you go and tell your people what I've told you. I'll give you 2 days' grace. Until day after tomorrow at 6 in the morning.
Mr. President, this note from your wife.
Oh, thank you, Major. A message has come from your sister Helen in Virginia. Harriet stayed with her only 2 days, then left suddenly. She doesn't know where she has gone and is terribly worried. Major Ferris, have you got a daughter?
Yes, sir.
If she ran away from home, what would you do?
Put her back in her cradle, sir.
Cradle?
She's only 8 months old, Mr. President.
Major, my niece has run away.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to sound flippant.
That's all right, Major. It's just that I don't know what to do. If this thing here at Bedford was settled, I could go and find her. It may be urgent.
Well, I understand, sir, but...
Is there any sign of Trent returning yet?
Not a word, sir. We have patrols out on all the roads and still have 8 hours.
Well, there's just one thing I can do about Harriet until... No. Nothing. You might as well go to bed, Major.
What about you, sir?
With the problems I have right now, I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Yes, come in.
Mr. President, Mr. Trent is here.
Mr. President, am I in time?
Friend, I don't know if you're in time unless I know what you've come to tell me.
In the last 2 days, Mr. President, since I saw you, I've been in every town and village in the region. I told them what you told me. They cheered, Mr. President.
Cheered?
Yes, sir. I have their promise now. Federal revenue officers will be safe from now on. They'll obey the law.
Major, put out the light, please.
Yes, sir.
Dawn is breaking, and we don't need it. Trent, come over here to the window with me.
Why, yes, Mr. President.
You know, many times in my life I've wanted to go into a church, and sometimes I've been too far from one. Do you know what I did then? I went outdoors or stood at the window like this, and I waited for the sun to come up, just as it's coming up now. Look at it.
Mr. President, you won't hold this thing too much against us.
Trent, I'm ordering the troops back to their barracks. I think that's your answer. Major, I guess now you and I can go back home. Well, my dear, you heard what happened at Bedford.
Yes, indeed.
What did you think of it?
Frankly, I cried like a schoolgirl.
Because the federal government saved its self-respect.
Well, you might put it that way. And, speaking of schoolgirls...
Were we?
Well, not exactly. Anyway, Harriet's waiting to see you.
Harriet? Well, bring her in. I've got a few things to tell her, that young lady.
You won't be harsh with her, will you?
Was I harsh with those people in Bedford?
I'll bring her right in. Oh, and, there's a young man with her.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
I may not be equal to this. You'd better stay in here with us.
As you say. Harriet, will you come in?
Oh, thank you. Uncle, look who's here with me. This is...
Harriet, why did you run away from your aunt?
Oh, but I didn't run away. I only came here to see you.
It was an unforgivable thing to... What did you say?
I said I wanted to see you and introduce Mr. Andrew Parks to you. You said you wanted to see him. Speak to the president, Andrew.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? All right, I'm sorry I no sooner settled one bit of trouble than you caused me more.
Oh, please let me say what I came to say.
You're not married already, are you, Harriet?
Andrew and I've decided to wait. If you approve.
Wait? If I approve?
I disappointed you once. I won't do it again.
I don't understand.
I'm going back to Aunt Helen's tonight, and I'm going to learn to cook and sew, run the house, take care of my own clothes, manage the household budget, and, well, when I know all those things, Andrew and I'll be married. Well, that's what I came to tell you. And now Andrew wants to tell you something.
Well?
Well, it's good to know that this is the kind of a country where if a man has trouble with his girl, he can get a little help from the President of the United States.
Well, I'm glad to do it, son.
Oh, that's the kind of an attitude, if you don't mind my saying so, that's bound to make you, sir, first in the hearts of your countrymen.
probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
We all think of America as a young, alive kind of country, still growing with tremendous vistas still to be uncovered. And nothing reflects the spirit of America better than our music. Some of it is grand and courageous, the pioneer theme. Some of it is dreamy and lovely, reminiscent of the South. And these are the types of music you hear on Carnegie Hall. Every Sunday evening, Carnegie Hall salutes a different event in American history and plays music that is reminiscent of that period. The well-known conductor, Dr. Frank Black, leads the concert orchestra on the Carnegie Hall broadcasts. So don't miss this truly thrilling musical event, Carnegie Hall, featuring the music every American loves when it's heard Sunday evenings over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, my dear?
I think I know what you're going to say.
That I wasn't such a bad substitute father after all, was I?
I would have been disappointed if it hadn't turned out that way. You forget. Everyone calls you the father of your country, George Washington.
Thank you. Yes, it was George Washington who once solved a national crisis and a family crisis at one and the same time. In 1794, he led 15,000 soldiers into western Pennsylvania, but fortunately didn't have to use them. The capital of our nation was in Philadelphia at the time. As for his niece Harriet, she was married to that young man not long after. And, oh yes, General Essex did go to the West Indies. Be with us again, won't you? Well, we will bring you another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President George Washington. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Mr. President will not be heard next week because of a special broadcast. But be sure to listen the following week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
By transcription.
The first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True, human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him. He could come and go as he pleased, take a swim in the Potomac, or ride in the woods around Washington. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. If he wants to walk, he must stay inside the black iron bars enclosing the White House grounds. From the ladder-backed chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Men of differing personalities, tempers, and talents. Edward Arnold portrays one of them each week at this time. Listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened in Washington a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. It was dinner time, and the president, his wife, his father, and his father-in-law, and his small son were at dinner.
Cornbread again.
Well, we're having it in honor of Colonel Dent, Father. He's quite fond of cornbread.
The swill eat down south. Up north, we feed that kind of stuff to the pigs.
Now, you just listen to me. Cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat.
Maybe, in the south.
I'll thank you to repeat what you just said, sir.
I said maybe cornbread is one of the best things a man can eat in the south.
Will you remove your glasses and step outside and say that?
I most certainly will.
Grandpa's having another fight with Grandpa.
Now, boys, wait a minute.
Now, you keep out of this, son. We're quite capable of settling this matter between ourselves.
Well, we might be able to eat a lot of things in the South if it hadn't been for you ding-busted Yankees.
Now, Father, please.
Well, are you coming outside or aren't you?
Just give me a minute till I finish my cornbread.
Grandpa, the Civil War's over.
Not in this house it isn't.
When you attack a man in his cornbread, you're really going too far, sir. You really are.
The trouble with you Southerners is you're all too thin-skinned.
And what about you Northerners, Father?
Yeah, did you hear that? Your own son said that. Out of the mouths of babes.
Oh, I hardly think you could call me a babe, Father, then.
This whole argument is silly, and I'm not going to permit it to continue. I'm going to ring for dessert. You may clear for dessert, George.
There's time before dessert to go out and settle the argument, Grandpa.
Now, son, that's enough. Father, I want you and the president's father to sit down and put your glasses back on.
Now, see here, Julia, you can't treat us as though we were children.
When you act like children, I see no other way to treat you.
Did you hear what he said about this house?
He was just trying to get your dander up, Father.
Well, he certainly succeeded.
Thin-skinned, that's what I call it, thin-skinned.
Father.
Why don't we all have a fight?
Because it isn't nice to fight.
My father's the greatest fighter in the world.
Oh, I don't know as I'd say that, son. There are a few other brave fighters that are entitled to some consideration, too.
Yes, and a lot of them come from the South.
That's quite true. There were brave men on both sides, but the war is over now. If you and Colonel Dent would just try to realize that, Father. It's one nation. And the South and the North and the East and the West and everything in between are all part of that nation. It's time to forget the bitterness of the past and look towards the hope of the future.
Well, all right. Give me a piece of that fool cornbread.
Good. That at least is a step in the right direction.
Grandpa, when are you going to give me that watch you promised me?
Now, son.
But he promised to give it to me when I wrote him a letter. And I wrote it.
Well, my boy, I think you're a little young yet for a handsome watch like this, but I consider it yours.
How can it be mine if you're keeping it?
I can't wait to see you get out of that one.
It is your watch, boy. I'm just taking care of it for you.
That's Northerner for you. Cheating a little boy out of his watch.
I'm not cheating him out of it. I just want to be sure he's big enough to take care of it by the time he gets it.
I'll give you My watch, son?
No, Father, that isn't necessary. I think our son can wait a little longer for his watch.
How's going to tell time?
He can tell time from the clocks in the house.
Northern time.
I resent your tone, sir. What's wrong with northern time?
I shall be very happy to tell you. In the first place...
No, Father.
No?
No.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess you're right, Julia. Dratted Yankees just can't take criticism.
Oh, I don't think that's true, Father Dent. We can take criticism, but there's a limit to how much criticism we can take, just as there's a limit as to how much criticism you can take.
Well, now, sir, let me tell you something. In the Shenandoah campaign...
Now, Father Dent, I don't want to seem rude, but could we take this up another time? The Secretary of State is due any minute, and I have a very important matter to take up with him.
Here, you take the watch, boy.
Thanks, Grandpa.
No, son, I think Grandpa is quite right. You're really not old enough to have a valuable heirloom like that. When you're grown up, it's quite time enough.
All right, Mother.
Well, excuse me, everyone. I really must get into that meeting. Secretary, would you mind going over the basic facts for me again?
Not at all, Mr. President. The ship, the Alabama, was built for the Confederacy at Birkenhead, England. When our government learned of the ship and of her purpose, we asked England to detain the ship. But this was not done. England permitted the ship to sail, and she was used to great advantage by the Confederacy.
Well, she certainly was. I have the statistics on the operation of the Alabama right here on my desk. And if England had detained her, which as a neutral she should have done, none of this would have had resulted.
Hand in hand with our problem concerning the Alabamas, our problem with the Newfoundland fisheries. There have been continual clashes between the fishermen all along the coast, and Fenian movements against Canada are taking place from all the Irish centers.
Well, Mr. Secretary, have you a recommendation to offer?
I would rather hear your recommendation first, Mr. President.
Well, as you know, we have received a suggestion from the British government that a joint high commission made up of members of each government be created to arbitrate the differences of our respective countries. I think I would like to see such a commission established. It will be the first great international arbitration ever attempted. I'd like to see if it can't work.
Mr. President, that is exactly what I was going to recommend.
Then let us notify England immediately that we accept her suggestion and that we would like the commission to be put into action as soon as possible.
I'll see to it immediately, sir. Well, unless there's something else you want to take up with me, I think I'll get back to my office and start getting the wheels in motion to bring this about.
No, I haven't anything else, Mr. Secretary. I'll walk to the door with you. Oh, my, isn't this a beautiful day? I don't know when I've seen such glorious weather this time of year.
And isn't it nice to be able to enjoy it and know there is peace within our country?
I don't care what you say. You did not win the battle.
We did too win the battle. You can read it in the papers for yourself.
The Yankee papers.
Don't you start attacking our newspapers, or I'll start telling you a thing or two about you.
Oh, you read our newspapers, do you?
No, we use them to light fires with. Our own are too valuable.
Now, see here, you've gone too far. You've really gone too far.
Is it possible to get a safe conduct across the battlefield for the President of the United States and the Secretary of State?
Cross at your own risk.
It would seem as though the war was long since over. Every place but in your own household, Mr. President.
Oh, I don't know what to do with them. They're too old to spank and send to bed without supper. And besides, I know they don't mean a word they're saying. When my father was ill last year, Colonel Dent never left his bedside.
Well, I was afraid you might recover.
Well, I did. There's good Yankee blood in me.
Well, thank him there's none in me.
Well, good day, Mr. Secretary. Let me know as soon as there's any news of the commission, will you?
I'll do that, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Good day. Isn't it time for you two to take your naps?
I don't need a nap. Only the old gentleman here needs a nap.
Don't you refer to me as the old gentleman. You'll be dead before I am.
I will not.
You will, too. You're on the verge of apoplexy right now.
Well, I can't listen to any more of this. I'm going out for a ride. Try and end the hostilities before I come back, will you? Look at that wagon travel.
Father, that butcher wagon has a better horse than we have. We've never stopped and we're going fast. And he stopped to make deliveries and overtaken us twice.
Yes, I've noticed. He's stopping up ahead now. I think I'll have a talk with that butcher. Whoa. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Hey, you!
I didn't do it.
You didn't do what? Come on, son.
I didn't do anything.
Who said you did?
Well, the boy said you wanted to talk to me. Usually if people want to talk to me, they've got something on their minds. Something they think is my fault. But it never is. Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
Is that your horse?
The horse didn't do anything either.
My dear fellow, don't be so antagonistic. I just want to talk to you.
Besides, your horse did too do something. Your horse passed my father's horse.
What did you want him to do? Kneel and let you go by?
Do you know who you're talking to? My father is the President of the United States.
Quiet, son, quiet.
President of the United States? I'm ruined. You goat that dares to call yourself a horse. Why didn't you kneel and let the president go by?
Tell me, would you like to sell the animal?
Sell that fine animal? Sell that beautiful horse? Well, that horse is the only family I got.
Well, I'll offer you a good price for him.
A good price?
A very good price.
Well, like I said, what's a horse? You can get a horse any place. How good a price?
$200.
$200? For that magnificent animal? Look at those legs. Look at his eyes. Come around, put your hand in his mouth, feel his teeth. $200. I couldn't consider it.
Well, I've got $1 I'll loan you, Father. $201.
$201. You're joking, of course. $201 for a horse that passed the president's horse, the first horse in the land? And passed him so fast it looked so he was standing still.
Now then, $225.
$225. You hear what he's offering for you, Charlie? I'm ashamed to have you even hear this. $225. Well, one hoof alone is worth that.
Well, if that's the price of one hoof, I'm afraid your horse is beyond me. Good day, sir.
Oh, what's your hurry? Let's take a little time in discussion. Perhaps I should let Charlie go at something less than his value. After all, how many horses get a chance to belong to the President of the United States? I don't want to stand in his way.
Well, you name a price.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you steal this magnificent animal from me for the paltry sum of $300.
$300? No horse is worth that much money.
Little boy, why don't you go someplace and play and let your papa and me discuss this matter?
I'll give you $280. Take it or leave it.
$280? $280 for a steed such as few men are fortunate enough to gaze upon in a lifetime?
Well, come on, son. We're wasting our time here.
Make it $290. For $290, I might reconsider. But $280, never.
Well, it's nice to have met you. Good day, good day.
Don't go, Mr. President. It's robbery. It's stealing. It's thievery.
Good day.
But you talked me into it.
What?
I'll take it.
You'll what?
I'll take it. I could never look that horse in the eye again if I stood in his way today. No. He's yours for $280.
All right. Bring him around to the executive mansion tonight, and I'll give you the money. Get up. Come on, now.
You know something, Father? I'd rather have the $280 than that horse.
So would the butcher, son. So would the butcher.
Mr. President, I've talked with the English minister and we'll proceed in establishing the commission at the earliest possible moment. Her Majesty's government is most anxious that this affair be settled as quickly and amiably as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's very gratifying news. Now we must think about who we would like to appoint to the commission.
I hope it works, Mr. President.
It must work. I'm a fighting man, and yet I believe that the problems of the world must be settled at the peace table, not on the battlefield.
And yet, if this arbitration cannot work, then we may be forced into war.
Oh, Mr. Secretary, I hope not. I hope not. But if it does come, then we will fight, of course. We are not going to be dictated to by any foreign power, now or ever. The peace of our countries will be in the hands of this joint commission. But I believe they'll be able to keep peace. I pray Almighty God they'll be able to keep peace.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The American economic system has always preserved the basic freedoms of the individual, the freedom to work in the place of his choice, to bargain collectively, to contract his own affairs, to own property, to start an enterprise, to profit from his inventiveness and his investments, freedoms which are basic to our economic system itself. Since 1910, we have more than doubled the output of each of us for every hour we work. In the same period, we have increased our supply of machine power 4.5 times. Since 1910, we have also increased our annual income. Yet in the same period, we have reduced our working time. Remember, our unrivaled production goes hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. Our system may have its faults, but it has brought more benefits to more people than any other system, so at all times work to protect and strengthen our American economic system. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. Representatives of our government sailed for Europe. As soon as they landed, they started their conferences. But the problems were weighty ones, and they found it hard to reach compatible decisions.
Mr. President, I wish I had better news for you. But they just can't seem to get the problem straightened out. I understand now that England is asking us to state exactly what we want.
Why, that's ridiculous. They know what we want. We've told them repeatedly. We want at least an expression of regret and the establishment of some sort of international law to govern the future. And we want reparations for all damage actually done by the Alabama and any other Confederate ship supplied by the British.
Sir John Rose is being very helpful, I know.
Yes, he's the Canadian agent in London. He's a very shrewd man.
But I must say, public feeling seems to be running high in England against us.
Well, public feeling is running high here against England.
What shall we do? Shall we make some sort of threat?
No. I don't want to use threats. Not yet. Tell our representatives to be firm, but to make no threats. You're shaking your head. What's the matter? Don't you agree with me?
I agree with you in theory, but not completely in practice. Perhaps we need to show them that we do mean business.
A conference table is not a battleground. The entire aim of a conference fails if any member of it lays a gun on the table and says, if I don't like your decision, I'm going to start shooting. The aim of a conference is peace. You don't achieve peace by sticking a gun in your neighbor's back.
But suppose it becomes impossible to find a solution.
It must not be allowed to become impossible.
I received word today that as soon as Sir John had something definite to talk about, he would come to this country and confer personally with us.
Do you think things might be settled more quickly if we made a definite demand as to exactly what we want? Would that help?
I think it would.
All right. Tell them we want $15.5 million for the damages we suffered.
I'll send that message immediately, Mr. President.
Now, then, let's see what happens. Oh, there's my new horse out there. Come and have a look at him. Oh, he's a splendid animal.
Hey, looks it.
Evidently my father and my father-in-law had him hitched up.
Fine animal. You can tell he has southern blood in him.
Southern blood, nothing. That horse was born and raised in the north, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent.
No, don't go pulling your rank on me, and don't try to pull it on this northern horse.
Any fool can look at that horse and see that he's got southern blood in him.
Well, as long as you admit that it's a fool that would think that, I accept your statement, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent, and don't call me a fool.
I'm only calling you one by your own admission, Mr. Dent.
Colonel Dent!
Oh, go jump in a mint julep. That's a northern horse, whether you like it or not.
I'm afraid it isn't, Father.
There, I told you it was a southern animal.
But it isn't a southern animal either.
Isn't a southern animal?
Well, it has to be something, son.
Well, that horse was born and raised in the West.
North, west?
Southwest?
West, just plain west.
If you'll excuse me, Mr. President, I'll get this message off right away.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd appreciate it very much.
Good day, sir.
You coming for a ride with us, Father?
I don't know. I should really work.
Oh, come along, darling. A few minutes relaxation will do you good.
There's two things I've never been able to resist. A pretty woman and a fine horse. Well, you've talked me into it. Come along, dear. I'll help you in.
Is there any further word on the conference abroad?
No, nothing new. But I think we'll have some very interesting developments in the next few weeks. Sir John, it's a pleasure to have you with us here in Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to be here. I spent all last evening conferring with the Secretary of State, and I think we're going to be able to come to the end of our labors at last.
I'm very happy to hear that, Sir John.
England will pay the reparations you've asked, so that will settle the Alabama question. The other points are all written out so that you can study them at your leisure.
I'll study them at once, Sir John. And then if it meets with my approval, my Secretary of State will take the papers to Senator Sumner, who is chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. We will need his approval, too, you know.
Mr. President, I've just come from Senator Sumner.
Yes?
He's going to oppose the agreement. He seems to be quite anti-British at the moment.
I know. And more than being anti-British, he's anti-me. He doesn't like me, and he doesn't like my administration, and he has certainly not tried to hide it.
Well, my personal opinion is that this whole question should be settled as soon as possible. The sooner the better.
Yes, mine too. Well, suppose you canvass the Senate and find out how many of the senators will help us. The plan is that the British delegates will come here now and go in session with our members of the Commission, and isn't that it?
Yes, that's right.
All right, John. Canvass the Senate. The tail is not going to wag the dog. No man is going to hold up our negotiations. We'll get this treaty approved with the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee or without him. Julia, look here, I want to show you something.
Oh, what a lovely watch. What's it for?
Well, it's a Christmas present I got for the boy. He wants a watch so bad.
And you're going to put it away until Christmas.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I bought it for.
Yes, I know. That's also what you bought the books for last year, and the sled, and...
Oh, yes, well, last year I hadn't been a father as long as I've been this year. This year I won't do it.
Well, I hope not, but we shall see what we shall see.
Have you heard the news, Mr. President?
It's all over town. Everyone's talking about it.
What news?
Yes, sir. Now we're really getting someplace.
Getting where?
Isn't it exciting, Father?
Well, what is it? What's exciting?
By George, maybe you can get action out of a Yankee after all.
Why, thank you, Colonel Dent.
Well, truth's truth. I never want to be unjust.
I guess it's the best news we've had in weeks.
It's only a matter of time now.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
You mean you don't know?
No one told you? There's a Yankee town for you.
Oh, Father, Washington is a southern town.
Well, maybe it was once, but it's full of Yankees now.
I want to know what's happened, and I want to know right now.
Well, Mr. Sumner has been removed as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee.
No.
Yes. Finest Senate we've ever had in this town. I said it the minute I saw him.
Oh, darling, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is wonderful news. Now there will be no obstacles in our way, and we'll be able to reach a peaceful settlement with England.
And how about the rest of the senators, Father?
The Secretary of State talked to all of them individually. The vast majority are in our corner, and Sumner's removal as chairman of the committee assures us that the Senate wants to help the Commission settle our differences once and for all with England.
Well, sir, now that that's settled, where were we?
Oh, I don't know. Had we reached Sherman's March to the Sea?
Yes, that's exactly where we were. Now, let me tell you where you Yankees made your first mistake.
We didn't make any mistake.
Oh, yes, you did. Now, I'm going to show you. We'll take the march to the sea from the very beginning.
Oh, now, wait a minute, boys. I wish you wouldn't.
Let him take it. I'll show him up from the very beginning.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it right now, Father. It's time for your nap.
Oh, sure.
Julia, you have all the makings of a very domineering woman. Didn't I teach you not to interrupt when men were talking?
Yes, Father, you certainly did. But in those days I was younger, and so were you. In those days you could send me for a nap. But now I'm afraid things have turned around a little, and I have to take care of you.
From the time a man is born, he's in trouble with women. All right, Julia, all right, we're going.
See you after a while, Grandpa.
Don't you have to take a nap, son?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm too big for that stuff.
Well, have a good rest, Father. We'll see you at dinner.
You know, it isn't right the way she orders me around.
Colonel Dent, I agree with you. Now, if you just put your...
Look at them, thick as flies again.
They really like each other.
Why, of course they do. The people in this country have always liked one another. And they've always been able to get along until that one serious squabble that developed into a real war. But I don't think anything like that will happen again. I think from now on until the ending of recorded time, this will be one nation indivisible, because there is our strength. Standing together, No one can harm us. But if we let dissension grow in the ranks, if we permit ourselves to lose our common understanding and our common bond of freedom and democracy, then and only then would we be in real danger. We must all stand together, son. Remember that. And live by it. The freedoms we love and cherish must be defended by all of us, and by all of us standing together. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Despite aid by various government agencies, immediate day-to-day help is still urgently needed by countless people overseas. It must continue to come from private agencies and individuals. The most efficient way to send it is through CARE, a non-profit organization which guarantees delivery of any one of its several different types of packages to addressees designated by you. CARE has inaugurated a $5.50 thrift package, and of course the familiar $10 package is still available. Just mail your check or money order to CARE, New York, and specify the type of package you want to send. Give your name, address, and the name and address of the recipient. If you don't know anyone, a needy family will be chosen for you. That's CARE, New York, New York. And now back to Edward Arnold.
Son, I have a little box here I've been meaning to give you.
What is it, Father?
Well, you just open it and see.
It's a watch. Oh, Father, thank you. Thank you. Mother, come and see what Father gave me.
Mr. President, I thought you were going to wait until Christmas.
Oh, sure. Jesse couldn't wait until Christmas.
Oh, yes, he could. He didn't know anything about this watch. It was Jesse's father who couldn't wait.
Well, you're right, Julia. I just couldn't.
Someday, Jesse, you can tell your children, my father always gave me my Christmas presents months ahead of time.
But he always gives me more at Christmas.
Yes, I know.
No. What I'm going to tell my children is that I had the most wonderful father in the world.
There, you see.
and when I was a little boy, he was President of the United States. President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Joe Graham. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie Get Your Gun. Heard with Mr. Arnold in today's cast were Gertrude Warner, William Adams, Kermit Murdoch, Maurice Cavell, and your narrator, Santos Ortega. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings and is written by Gene Holloway. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Ulysses S. Grant.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting factual story of Mr. President.
Preceding program is transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
I do the very best I know how, the very best I can. And if the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels swearing I was right would make no difference.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. The American concept of the president as a federal executive is unique in the history of world politics. When our Constitution was framed, many Americans thought president was just another word for king. In fact, some of the titles suggested as appropriate for the new head of state were Your Majesty the President, Your Mightiness, and Your Excellency. But Washington chose president, meaning the one who presides. A wise choice, for an American president is very much like a presiding chairman of the board who must maintain peace and amity among other divisions of the government. To such a coordinator come inevitable compromises, adjustments, and personal disappointments. You'll hear them dramatically presented now on Mr. President. So listen and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
The incidents I have in mind today tell the story of a president and a strange dream. It's a story we've told before on this series, but one which we feel is well worth hearing again, especially during the Easter season. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. He woke early. He woke to an unaccustomed, wonderful feeling of great happiness. And for a moment, he lay there wondering why. And then suddenly the warm, reassuring knowledge started pulsing through him again. The long war was over. He got up, put on a dressing gown, and went over to the window. He stood there looking out at the calm, sweet coming of the Washington dawn. From his window he could see the flags and buntings of victory, and he stood there grinning at them. Suddenly his bedroom door opened cautiously.
Oh, good morning, Father. I thought you'd be up.
Oh, good morning, son. You're up early.
Well, I woke up. What are you going to do today?
Oh, nothing very unusual. Office business, interviews, a cabinet meeting. Tonight I think your mother and I are going out.
You forgot the War Department.
Oh, yes, I did.
You never mentioned them once. They wouldn't like that.
Well, I'll have to go to the War Department at least twice, though.
It looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, indeed. You know, sometimes you wake up and you think, this is my day. This is the day when things are going to go well for me. From beginning to end, this is my day. Didn't you ever feel that way?
Yes, sir. A couple of times. And every time I did, I ended up getting a licking.
Oh, and speaking of lickings, that reminds me. You are not to stand downstairs where the people wait for their interviews and charge them 5 cents to see me.
Well, it's a very reasonable rate.
Well, that's not the point.
Well, you said you wanted me to be enterprising.
Well, you'll have to find some other way to do it.
Well, Secretary Stanton scolded me about that, too. He said you weren't worth 5 cents.
Oh, he did?
He said when anyone could see her for nothing, why should some people have to pay 5 cents? I don't think it's right. They should have to pay.
Why?
Because I need the money.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good morning, Mother.
Good morning. I thought I'd find you two in here together. Morning, dear.
Good morning.
Did you have a good night's sleep?
Wonderful, Mary. And how about you?
Well, the shouting in the streets kept me awake. Everyone's certainly excited about the prospect of peace.
Well, those same voices put me to sleep. And it was the first good night's sleep I've had in months.
Well, it's been a strain, but it's almost over now. Oh, son.
Yes, Mother?
There's a woman downstairs with a tray of apples and gingerbread and candy that she says you bought.
I'll go right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, steady. What's this all about?
I'm setting up a fruit stand down the Grand Corridor.
You're doing what?
A fruit stand. I'm going to show the people who are waiting in line to see Father.
Now, see here, don't you laugh at him. You'll only encourage him.
Yes, you're right. Son, what did I just explain to you about people waiting for interviews?
You said I couldn't charge them 5 cents to see you.
Well, I should think not.
But I'm not charging them to see Father now. I'm charging them for apples. This time they're getting something for their money.
Oh, indeed.
Well, you can't do it, and that's final.
Now, wait a minute, dear, wait a minute. Where did you get the money to buy this woman's stock?
I saved my pocket money, and I got a few things from the White House kitchen by saying I was hungry. And one of the carpenters got me a pair of trestles and a wide board to put the things on.
In the corridor of the White House.
Well, I'm an American citizen. I got rights.
You haven't any rights to peddle things in the White House.
But I've already bought the thing.
All right. Now, you go see your woman and set up your store.
Gee, thanks, Father. I knew you wouldn't let Mother take away my rights.
Oh, we'll be the laughing stock of Washington.
My dear, he has to have a chance to learn a few things for himself, even if he is the son of a president. All children are entitled to put up some sort of a lemonade stand once in their lives.
All right, Mr. President.
Come here by the window, my dear. And let me put my arm around you. That's a fine sight down there. Look at those red, white, and blue decorations. The Yankee Doodle colors of freedom and liberty and justice for all.
Oh, it's good to see you so happy, dear.
Oh, I am happy for the first time in a long, long while. I am happy. I can see an end to the insight now. Peace for the country and time for you and me to settle down and love one another. I'm afraid I haven't had much time to be a husband the past few years.
I can't imagine a more fortunate woman in the nation than your wife, Mr. President.
Oh, God, love you for saying that.
Oh, darling, put me down. Suppose someone came in.
Remember when I used to spin you around like this?
Someone might see.
And if they do?
Well, isn't it important that the President and his wife have dignity?
No, dear. Not half so important as that the President and his wife be human beings.
Oh.
I love you, and I don't care if the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the War Department know it.
Oh, stop.
And see that I get a big breakfast this morning. Double on everything. You know, I could eat the White House.
Yes, sir. Oh, I meant to ask you. Sunday's Easter. You'll want to give some sort of message, won't you?
Is Sunday Easter?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I lost track of time. Then this is Good Friday.
Yes, Good Friday.
Mm-hmm. Well, the news of peace will certainly make it a joyous Easter. Woman, what about my breakfast? I'm hungry.
Immediately, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The streets are crowded with people.
Oh, don't talk with your mouth full, son.
Yes, it certainly is an exciting day.
The general's arrived at the War Department.
Oh, he has he? And how is it that you get so much information before I do?
Oh, I got connections.
Well, then maybe you know if the general and his wife are joining your father and me tonight. I sent over a note asking them to go to the theater with us, dear.
He doesn't know yet.
Oh, he doesn't? And how do you know that?
He hasn't had a chance to ask his wife.
Are you inferring that a general who makes decisions involving thousands of men has to ask his wife if he can go out?
Yes, sir.
Mary, do you consider that democracy?
No, sir. That's marriage.
Hello, Dad, Mother.
Robert!
Robert,
Oh,
well,
Robert! Did you bring me any guns?
It's so good to see you. You look fine.
Oh, Robert, I've been so worried. We expected you in on leave last night. Sit down and have some breakfast. There's muffins and the war's over. Isn't it wonderful?
It is wonderful, and I'm starved.
Did you get wounded any place?
No.
Oh.
Did you want your brother to get wounded?
Everybody I know has a wounded brother but me.
Well, I'm glad I can't accommodate you.
Sit down and have some breakfast, my son. Sit down.
We're going to the theater tonight, Robert. Would you like to go?
Oh, I don't think so. Thank you, Mother. I think I'd just like to sit around and enjoy being home tonight.
If anyone asked me, that is what I'd say.
When you're bigger, we'll ask you.
Well, I'd better be getting back to my desk. Speaker Colfax is coming over this morning to discuss government policy, and Congressman Cole from California, and John Creswell, and...
Father, why do they call it Good Friday?
Why, it's the day that Christ was crucified, son.
Well, why do they call it good?
Because Christ was good.
Well, it wasn't a Good Friday. It was a bad Friday.
Son, I don't have the time to talk to you about it now, but you and I'll have a talk in the morning, shall we?
I'll be glad once tomorrow.
Why?
I don't like today.
You mean you don't like this day, or you don't like Good Friday?
I don't know which it is, but But it isn't a good day. It's a bad day.
Son.
It's a bad day.
Son, don't talk like that.
Yeah, I wonder why you should feel that way, my boy.
You didn't feel that way until I came in, did you?
No.
I know what it is. I've heard men talk like that at the front, just before a battle. It's a sudden feeling of death in the air. It's because I've come back from the front.
Theodore, come on. Let's you and I go see to your fruit stand.
Yes, sir.
You'll forget all about it in a few minutes.
It's not you, Robert. I know it isn't you. It's Good Friday.
Come on, dear.
Go with your mother, son.
Yes, sir.
It's strange.
Don't worry about it. He's pretty sensitive, and the combination of Good Friday and me coming back.
Well, I'll have to talk to him about Easter the first minute I can. I don't think he understands it at all.
Dear, do you mind terribly if we don't go to see Aladdin?
Oh, I thought you wanted to see Aladdin.
Well, Laura Keene is playing in Our American Cousin, and it's a benefit as well as her last appearance there, and I thought it might be nice if we went to see her.
Well, why not, if that's what you'd enjoy, my dear?
All right. I'll send word to the theater.
Robert, you go ahead with your breakfast. I'm going to the War Department.
Right.
You take a look at your brother after a while and see if he's all right, will you?
Sure.
You'll find him in the grand corridor selling apples.
Oh, sure. Doing what?
Selling apples.
What for?
For money.
He's going to make money selling apples?
He thinks he is, but by the time he reimburses the White House kitchen for whatever he talked them out of, pays the carpenter for the use of the bench, and pays the government rent on the space in the corridor, he's not going to come out very well. I'll see you this afternoon. Robert, I'm awfully glad you're home.
Well, good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. General, it's good to see you. How are you, sir?
Tired, but healthy as a nut.
I'm glad to hear it. You're looking well. Victory becomes you.
Thank you, sir. You seem in unusual spirits today, Mr. President.
Yes. Sit down, gentlemen. Sit down. I woke up feeling genuinely happy for the first time in years. You know something? We're going to receive good news today, Stanton. And Stanton, last night I had that dream again.
Oh, did you, Mr. President?
What dream is that, sir?
Well, I've dreamt it before every one of the important events of the war. I dream that I'm on a strange ship, a singular, indescribable vessel, and that I'm moving towards a dark, indefinite shore. And every time I dream it, victory follows. Isn't that right, Mr. Secretary?
Well, that's what you say, Mr. President. I have no way of verifying your dreams.
By the way, General, my wife tells me she's invited you and your wife to the theater with us tonight.
Mr. President, you can't go to the theater tonight.
Why not?
It's not safe.
Oh, nonsense.
Why, if you and the General attended, it would be an admirable time for an assassin to kill both of you.
Oh, you're an alarmist, Stanton, isn't it, General?
I'm afraid I'm on the Secretary's side in this, Mr. President. I think it would be most unwise for you to make a public appearance at this time.
Oh, I make public appearances every day, and nobody's shot me yet. You're getting to be a terrible nuisance, Stanton. For 3 years, every time I step out, cavalry, foot guards, plainclothes attendants spring from everywhere. I can't even go to the office alone.
It's one of the penalties of being president.
Oh, it's a lot of nonsense.
Well, sir, in any case, I couldn't accompany you because I'm starting for home this afternoon to see my children. It's been a long time since I've seen...
I understand. Please take them my good wishes.
Well, why don't you stay home and have a nice evening with your family, Mr. President?
Because I am going to the theater. I want a little relaxation. I'll take Eckert with me.
Now, sir...
Did you know Eckert can break a poker over his arm, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. President, whether Eckert can break a poker over his arm or not is completely outside the point.
Oh, no, it isn't. No assassin would dare touch me with Eckert along.
Eckert will be working with me tonight here at the War Department.
Mr. Secretary, I'll wager that you're the kind of a man that goes to a zoo and doesn't take any peanuts.
Whatever you may think of me, Mr. President, Eckert will still be working tonight.
Very well, Mr. Secretary. I'll take Major Rathbun along. He isn't under your jurisdiction.
Oh, Mr. President, if you'd only listen.
Oh, smile, Mr. Secretary. The war is over. Peace is at hand. Surely even the President of the United States is entitled to one evening of relaxation.
But he doesn't have to go to the theater for it.
No, sir. I am going to the theater. My wife's going to get dressed up in her prettiest gown, and we're going to forget there was such a thing as a war for one whole evening. I tell you, today is my day, Stanton. From beginning to end, it's my day.
Very well, Mr. President.
You will see that Major Rathman receives my invitation.
Yes, I'll see that he receives it.
Good. Come, General, it's time for the cabinet meeting.
Yes, Mr. President.
It does me good to get the best of you once in a while, Mr. Secretary. There's nothing I enjoy more than to win an argument with you.
I hope you have won this argument, Mr. President. I sincerely hope you've won it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You know, it's been said that youth is too good to be wasted on the young. Well, that point is, of course, a moot one, but it is a fact that youth is too good to be wasted on tuberculosis, which took nearly 50,000 victims last year alone. 50,000 wasted lives is tragic. But the real tragedy lies in the fact that these deaths were unnecessary because tuberculosis can be cured if detected in time. Now, in the early stages, TB frequently has no symptoms, but its presence is easily detected with a chest X-ray. In some places, you can get a chest X-ray free or at a nominal cost through your local tuberculosis association or health department. To be sure that you're not one of the over 500,000 people in the United States estimated to have TB, to protect yourself, to protect your family, have a chest X-ray taken as soon as possible. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You'll probably guess the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. After the cabinet meeting, the president had his lunch, and the excited voices of the people jubilantly crowding the streets of Washington lifted inside him. It was their day, and it was his. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the Union. After lunch, he started for his office.
Would you like to buy an apple, sir?
Oh, hello, son. Yes, I think an apple is just what I need to polish off my lunch. Tell me, how's business?
Oh, here you are. 5 cents, please.
No, I have it right here.
Business is slow this afternoon. Most everyone is going to church.
Yes, of course, of course. Oh, that reminds me. I must think about some sort of an Easter message.
Father, why was Christ crucified?
Well, because there were people who hated him, son. People who didn't understand what he was trying to do.
Bad people?
Do you know what Christ said about them as he was dying? He said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
And this was the day it happened?
Yes. This was the day it happened.
Well, could he have saved himself?
Yes.
Well, why didn't he?
Because he wanted to show you and me and all the people before us and after us that death was not an end, that we should not be afraid.
Well, I'm afraid today, Father.
Of what, my boy?
I don't know. Could I sleep with you tonight?
Of course, of course.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Now, don't you start on me.
Well, I'm lonesome for you.
But how could you be lonesome for me when I'm right here?
Well, I know, but I'm still lonesome for you.
Son, I don't quite understand what's wrong with you today. I don't know what to say to you.
Oh, here you are. This is the hardest house to find anyone in. Dear, I wondered if you wanted to take anyone else on our drive this afternoon. You have so many old friends in town.
Oh, no. Let's you and I go by ourselves this afternoon. Mary, what do you think about the theater party? Do you still want to go?
Well, dear, it's been announced that you'll be there now, and I think they've planned some special ceremony.
Oh, then of course we'll go. I wouldn't want to disappoint the people.
I thought you wanted to go.
Well, I did, but Robert's come home when the little fellow was upset. Well, it's been announced, and we'll go. I'd better get to my office.
The carriage will be ready late this afternoon.
Good. I'll enjoy a ride. This time of year, it's nice to get out into the country. Oh, there.
Why are you stopping, dear?
Oh, it's so beautiful out here today. You know, Mary, it's good to be alive and to have you and the boys and a land like this to live in. Mary, as soon as these 4 years are over, let's find ourselves a farm on the banks of the Sangamon. And I'll take up my law practice again. Would you like that?
I'd love it.
And you and I will go to the country dances and show our children a thing or two, and I'll kiss you in the moonlight on the way home, just as though we were courting all over again, huh?
Oh, my dear, I love you so. Maybe the last few years I haven't said it as often as I felt it, but I respect you and honor you and love you with my whole heart. And to have you to myself again. Oh, my dear, if it only happened.
It's going to happen, my dear. We're going to settle down and live happily ever after. You and I and the children.
You know, I've only seen you this joyous once before in my whole life.
The night before we were married?
No. The night before our son William died.
Mary?
It's almost frightening to see you like this. As though someone thought, let him be very happy today. Let him laugh. So that he'll be able to take the tears that will come tomorrow.
Mary?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I've been thinking it all day.
You and the boy?
It's foolish of me. Come on, dear. We better start back. You still have some more interviews and another trip to the War Department to make before we can go to the theater.
All right, Mary. All right. Come on, boy. Hey.
It's an exciting day, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yes, it is indeed, Mr. Crook. I'm sorry you have to walk along with me. I'm sure you'd like to be celebrating.
Oh, I'll celebrate later, sir.
You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking today. I'm always joking with Stanton about all this mythical assailant, but I believe there are men who want to take my life. And I have no doubt they'll do it.
Well, this isn't like you, Mr. President.
And it would be easy to do this very minute. Someone could shoot from a window or from around a corner.
If anything happened to you, sir, it'd be the end of the country.
Oh, don't you think it for 1 minute. This country isn't dependent on any one man. It isn't the leader that makes the country. It's the country that makes the leader. It isn't the man that makes the office of president. It's the office of president that makes the man. I am what the majority of the American people who elected me want me to be. When someone else takes my place, he'll be what the majority want him to be, or he won't be president very long.
But still, sir, a man must have the makings of a president in him.
Well, if a man is a good American, then he has the makings of a president. Oh, no, my friend. The loss of a single man can never hurt this nation. It will always put another man in office and go on. The nation may grieve, it may have a sense of loss, but it will go on.
Well, sir, we'll hope that it won't have to go on without you.
You know, Crook, I love this land of mine. I love our voices, the voices of the storms and the winds, the voice of the hammer and the saw, the voice of the railroad splitting the prairie with the challenge of civilization, the voice of the people arguing and growing by their arguments, learning more and more every day what freedom means and liberty. I hope I shall be listening to them for a long time yet. Don't misunderstand me. I have perfect confidence in every one of you men around me. I know no one could kill me and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it. What is to be, will be. Isn't that right, Crook?
I don't know, sir.
I know. What is to be, will be. Well, Madam President, I'm sure you're the grandest lady in Washington tonight. Turn around and let me view the other extremity of that gown.
Do you like it?
I'm overpowered by your elegance.
Come on, Mr. President. We don't want to miss the curtain.
All right, I'm ready.
Where are your gloves?
What glove? Oh, they're in my pocket.
Well?
Mary, do I have to put them on? They're so uncomfortable.
You're the president, dear.
Oh, well, I never would have run for office. I'd known I'd have to wear gloves.
Well, you can put them on just before we get to the theater. Carriage is waiting. Oh, it's a fine evening.
Yes. Be careful of your dress, my dear. Good evening, Major Rathbun. Here, my dear, let me help you in.
Thank you. Oh, how do you do, Major Rathbun? It's so nice to have you with us.
Father! Father!
Excuse me, my dear. Tell me, what is the matter, son? What is
I
it?
found out what Good Friday's about. I found out what Easter's about.
Now, here. Tell me, what is it about, son?
It's about death. They buried him, and they sealed him in the tomb. It's about death.
No, son. It isn't about death. You've missed the whole point. It isn't about death. It's about resurrection.
Do you have to go to the theater?
Yes, of course I do. You know that. But I'll see you when I get home. Maybe I'll wake you up and you and I will have a glass of milk together, huh? Would you like that? Good Friday will be over then.
Yes, Father.
So run along up to bed. Good night, son.
Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
During the time the greatest story ever told has been on the air, it has won numerous awards from leading church authorities, critics, and newspapers. But some of the most memorable tributes to this Sunday evening program have been from the listeners themselves. Many of the letters people have written have been letters of appreciation, both to the sponsor and ABC, for dramatizing the powerful, inspiring story of the man who led the greatest life ever lived. Through the years, his messages and teachings have stood out like a beacon, giving courage and inspiration to millions. So listen today and every Sunday for the greatest story ever told when it's heard over these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I hope you enjoy the play, Major Rathbun and Miss Harris.
I'm sure we will.
We had originally planned to go to Grover's Theater, but Mary thought as long as it was Miss Keene's closing performance, we should go to Ford's.
Well, it's supposed to be a very worthwhile evening.
Here we are.
Oh, look at all the people. Put on your gloves, dear.
Yes, Mary, yes. Come, ladies, let me help you out. I'm sure this will be a memorable evening for all of us.
Right this way, sir. Your box is ready for you, Mr. Lincoln.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture The Yellow Cabman. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President Abraham Lincoln.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is Edward Arnold, and today we are repeating one of my favorite Mr. President stories because so many of you have asked to hear it again. It's about a president who once said, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God."
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Today's Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their presidents. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms, glittering with gold braid and famous personalities, into the privacy of the breakfast room and study, where presidents are shown as individuals, with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for today's story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Have you ever found yourself suddenly responsible for a high-spirited girl of 18? I did once, and it was a problem. It was even more than that because I faced a serious situation in the government at the same time. Now, of course, you want to ask me which president was I when it happened. Well, I'll tell you that later on, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. One afternoon, I had a visitor, a hard-headed man from Pennsylvania who wasn't afraid to speak his mind, even though my wife was sitting with me.
Mr. President, I'm talking for the farmers in the farm towns of 4 whole counties in western Pennsylvania. We see no reason why our people should have to pay an excise tax. We want the tax laws changed, and now...
Trent, I'm trying to keep a reasonable attitude in this whole situation.
So are we, Mr. President.
You, reasonable? In the past 2 months, you and your group have rebelled against the federal government. You've driven our Internal Revenue people out of your towns by mob violence, and 2 of our men have been killed. Do you call that being reasonable?
Our people won't stand for such heavy taxes, that's all.
Trent, these laws were passed in the interest of the whole country. They're fair and reasonable, and I mean to enforce them.
With more tax collectors, they'll be driven out, too.
You're missing the real issue.
No, that's the way politicians talk when they want to confuse me.
Trent, our government is unique in the entire world. A careful balance of power between the states and the federal government. I give you 1 week to restore order and acknowledge federal authority again. 1 week, that's all.
I was hoping you'd understand us better than this, Mr. President.
I understand you much better than you think. Good day, Mr. Trent.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Well, we're going to hear from Mr. Trent again.
Tell me, my dear, do you remember when you were a little boy?
Well, I remember when I was a little girl. Will that help?
Yeah, I suppose little girls are the same as little boys. I used to get ideas of disobeying my father until I came face to face with him. Then he'd sit down and explain why I shouldn't act the way I did, and that would end it.
You think Mr. Trent and his followers are still little boys?
I hope they are.
And what if they aren't?
In that case, we're in real trouble.
Then what about Harriet?
Harriet?
Maybe she shouldn't come here to live.
Why?
Well, if there's trouble, you won't have much time for her.
Oh, no, look, she's not a stranger. She's my niece, 18 years old.
It's a grave responsibility trying to act as her father.
Oh, she won't give us any trouble. She's a charming girl.
I thought you hadn't seen her since she was 5 years old.
Well, she was charming then.
Oh, I'm only afraid it won't be fair to her. After all, with her parents not living, she may be lonely and need guidance and encouragement. All that takes time.
My dear, I can see where a young boy would be difficult, getting into trouble, making a lot of noise. But girls, they're different. Probably the most exciting thing she'll ever do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. You wait and see.
Let me kiss you. And this must be my aunt, just as sweet as I thought you'd be. Oh, it's wonderful to be here. Uncle, do you think I'll do?
Do what, Harriet?
As the youngest member of your family, Uncle, aren't you glad I've come? I am.
Yes, I'm delighted. And so is your aunt, aren't you, my dear?
I hope you'll be very happy living here, Harriet.
Oh, I will. Unless you're terribly solemn.
No, I don't think so.
Then don't frown at me so.
Well, I was just remembering your father.
Oh, now don't let's be sad.
And the last time I saw you...
Please don't tell me I've grown, because if I hadn't grown in 13 years, that would be embarrassing. Tell me, what's it like here?
It might seem very quiet at times, Harriet.
Yes. My dear, would you mind showing Harriet to the room she's to have?
Of course not.
Oh, don't bother. I can find it. I'll ask one of the servants. What time is dinner?
7:30.
I'll be starved by 7:30. See you both later.
She's lovely.
Am I terribly solemn, ever?
I don't think so.
Come here. How old are we, my dear?
Over 21.
Well, maybe that's why, to me anyway, she seems so...
Seems so what?
Well, on the other hand, maybe she'll do us good. We can tell better tonight when we all have dinner with General Essex.
Are you still planning on sending Essex to the West Indies?
Yes, if I can. You can help on that, and so can Harriet, just by being here. The general won't want to go, but he'll do almost anything to if two charming ladies smile at him.
General, you're wonderful.
Thank you, my dear.
Uncle, make him tell some more stories.
In a few moments, Harriet.
General, I'm going to ask a great favor of you.
Really, sir?
I want you to go to the West Indies for me on a special mission.
Oh, my heavens, how dull.
I think, Harriet, will you pour some more coffee, please?
It's a highly important mission, General. There are certain commodities we want to purchase direct.
Oh, but what a long, long trip.
The girl's got a point there.
What I'd like you to do, General, is to have a talk tomorrow with the Secretary of State.
Oh, besides, the mosquitoes there are huge. Or don't you mind mosquitoes, General?
Frankly, I'm very susceptible to mosquitoes.
How would you feel about going, General?
I rather think my work here is more important.
Ah, if that settles that. General, come in the next room and tell me some more of those wonderful stories.
Harriet.
Yes, Uncle?
Oh, never mind. I'll join you in a moment, General.
Will you take my arm, my dear? Now, one time I was fishing in Lake George. And what did it happen?
What's so funny, my dear?
Remember what you said. The most exciting thing she'll do is work on her embroidery by the fireplace. Here, dear, something they gave me outside. It's another report from Pennsylvania.
Let me see it, please. Oh, that's bad. More outbreaks of violence and other men killed. Seems like every time I hear from there, the situation is getting worse.
They aren't acting much like little boys.
They certainly aren't.
What can you do?
There's one final thing I can do, but I'll use it only as a very last resort. Oh, speaking of problems, where's Harriet?
She went riding early this morning.
Alone?
I understand she wouldn't let the groom go with her.
Oh, she's a very high-spirited girl, isn't she?
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, there's no harm in her, though. Only she does make me feel terribly...
solemn.
And inadequate. You were right. She needs more time than we've got to give her. Somebody has to finish the job of bringing her up. Get her married, see her launched into her life, so to speak.
Well, she seems well able to launch herself, I'd say.
Well, a little too able, don't you? What's that? What's all that noise?
Something out on the lawn.
Well, look, Harriet on her horse.
Oh, is it running away with her?
No, I think it's the other way around. Oh, right over the flower beds, the bushes, my dear. Make sure she comes right in here. I've got to talk to that young lady.
Oh, what a wonderful ride, Uncle. Did you see me?
Harriet, sit down.
Oh, you're not going to be terribly solemn, I hope.
Harriet, I am the President of the United States. And you are my niece.
Mm-hmm.
And as such have certain obligations.
Oh, to be demure and lifeless, I suppose you mean, Uncle.
To be well-behaved and discreet.
It's the same thing.
Harriet, please. I'm not only your uncle, I'm trying to be your father, too. Tell me, can you cook?
Oh, I can cook if you can eat it.
Can you sew? Keep house? Take care of your own clothes? Why, you don't seem to care how you look.
Oh, those things aren't important, Uncle.
They're the foundation of a happy married life.
You sound just like a textbook for young girls. Besides, I'm not even married yet.
But you will be someday. You'll have children. You've got to learn self-discipline. You wouldn't want your children to grow up to be irresponsible, would you?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it a thought.
Harriet, sooner or later, you'll meet a young man who'll fall in love with you.
Oh, I already have.
Already?
Yes. And Andrew won't care anything at all about the things you're discussing. At least not yet.
Andrew?
I met him back home. We're engaged.
Who is he, Harriet?
Oh, nobody really. But he will be.
What do you mean, nobody?
Oh, I mean, he's poor, and he doesn't believe in marriages of convenience.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
Marriages of convenience.
What do you know about such things?
Well, I know that people of famous, important families like ours are always marrying off their families to somebody else famous and important, and rich, too, if possible. Well, Andrew and I don't believe in such things.
Harriet, in our family, we do not marry off our females, as you put it, as if we were African trade slavers. All I want of you is a sane, sensible husband. I want you to be well fitted to be the wife of a sane, sensible man. Now, who is Andrew?
Parks. Andrew Parks. Oh, you'll love him, Uncle.
Well, I'll have to meet him first. Now, no more riding horses across the lawn. No more running around as if you didn't care how you looked. No more... You do understand, don't you, Harriet?
Well, no, frankly, I don't. But I'll try, just to please you.
Thank you. And now, if you'll excuse me, there's an important visitor coming in that I must see.
You sent for me, Mr. President. I came as soon as I could.
Mr. Trent, last week I warned you that the state of rebellion in your section had to end. Instead of that, it's grown worse.
I warned you, sir. It'll get no better until you stop trying to collect those taxes.
Mr. Trent, you heard my warning. Now I'm going to see that the power and authority of the federal government are respected.
Mr. President, you can send your people in amongst us till you got somebody alongside every man, woman, and child. It won't change anything.
I'm going to send people among you, Trent, and it's going to surprise you who they are. That's all, Trent. Thank you for coming. Here's the door. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Well, Mr. Trent is still a problem, isn't he?
Then you heard our discussion.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, and I wish to heaven there were another way.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
When you hear about an automobile accident, do you ever identify yourself with it? Do you ever stop to think of yourself in that wrecked car you're reading about? It could be you. That's why we urge you to take normal precautions and obey common sense safety rules when you're out on the road. For instance, adjust your speed to the road. Avoid hogging the road or riding the bumper of the car in front, or passing another car without a full view of the road ahead. They're all things to be avoided if you want to stay out of accidents. Of course, pedestrians come into this accident picture, too. Crossing between intersections is one unsafe act. Crossing against the light or failing to look both ways before crossing the street, or getting out of the car on the traffic side are others. Keep highway safety in mind. Don't be one of the 32,000 people who are killed each year. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've probably guessed the name of the president in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. Well, I had made a decision about the trouble in Pennsylvania. I had decided that you can't look backward and hope to go forward. As I was thinking about this, my wife came in, and it was plain that something else had happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. It seems unimportant now.
Harriet, huh?
Yes.
Well, what has she done now?
Oh, it's silly and still... Well, she's been everywhere buying clothes for herself.
Clothes? Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Oh, She's bought things that would look much better on a... Well, she's only 18, and for her to dress up like a...
I see. I suppose that is really serious.
Yes.
Making up one's mind is an interesting process.
What do you mean?
I mean, when you make it up about one thing, it's easier to make it up about another.
Oh, I see.
Ask Harriet to come in, will you, please? There's only one way to settle this.
Uncle, I've never seen you look so solemn.
Harriet, I'm afraid I'm being a failure as a substitute father.
Oh, no, you're not.
And so I've decided it would be much better for you to go and live with your Aunt Helen in Virginia.
Leave here?
After all, I can't give you enough time. I feel that a young girl and her father, even her substitute father, ought to spend some time together. Get to know each other, become friends. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think so.
Well, here I am. Naturally, my official duties come first, and naturally, with the decision I've had to arrive at, during the time you've been here,
You're not telling me the real reason you're sending me away.
Believe me, I am.
I've disappointed you, haven't I?
No, you haven't.
I've behaved badly, thoughtlessly. I didn't think it was important. I didn't realize...
Now, there. There's nothing to cry about, huh? You'll be much happier with your Aunt Helen. She has 2 girls about your age. You'll have friends. There's nobody here but my wife and I.
Well, it's not important, Uncle. I've been so much trouble to you already. When do you want me to go?
Well, I thought next week.
Maybe in a week you'll get over thinking that you're not a good substitute father.
Well, I'm going away, Harriet, tomorrow morning.
Oh?
To the town of Bedford, near where all the trouble is.
And I won't wait till next week, Uncle. I'll go tomorrow. It won't take me long to pack.
Harriet.
Yes?
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Uncle.
She's like her father. Impulsive, headstrong, always wanting her own way. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Oh, Major Ferris, you and I'll leave for Bedford tomorrow. I want the troops to arrive the next morning.
They're all ready, sir. They'll be camped just outside the town.
All right, Major. Now we'll see what kind of history we make in Bedford.
Mr. President, Trent has just arrived to see you. He followed us here to Bedford.
Show him in, Major.
Yes, sir. Trent, come in, please.
Mr. President.
I'm very glad to see you, Trent.
Mr. President, I've just come into town by the South Road through an encampment of soldiers. Thousands of them.
I'm glad you saw them yourself.
You mean you're going to use troops?
Trent, you and your followers are fomenting rebellion against the federal government and against the majority of your fellow citizens.
Oh, but soldiers...
Exactly. Unless your people drop their course of action, those men will move into every town and village in this region. They'll patrol the roads. They'll accompany federal tax collectors. Martial law, Trent.
There'll be bloodshed, Mr. President.
You can stop it.
It's for you to stop it.
No. You started this trouble. Now you've got to make your people understand what they're doing. If this minority dictates to the majority, there can be no security for life, liberty, or property, either yours or mine. I'm here to represent the great majority of Americans. Whatever comes out of these days, I want to be able to say to myself, I did everything I could. I left no stone unturned. Now you go and tell your people what I've told you. I'll give you 2 days' grace. Until day after tomorrow at 6 in the morning.
Mr. President, this note from your wife.
Oh, thank you, Major. The message has come from your sister Helen in Virginia. Harriet stayed with her only 2 days, then left suddenly. She doesn't know where she has gone and is terribly worried. Major Ferris, have you got a daughter?
Yes, sir.
If she ran away from home, what would you do?
Put her back in her cradle, sir.
Cradle?
She's only 8 months old, Mr. President.
Major, my niece has run away.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to sound flippant.
That's all right, Major. It's just that I don't know what to do. If this thing here at Bedford was settled, I could go and find her. It may be urgent.
I understand, sir, but...
Is there any sign of Trent returning yet?
Not a word, sir. We have patrols out on all the roads and still have 8 hours.
Well, there's just one thing I can do about Harriet until... No. Nothing. You might as well go to bed, Major.
What about you, sir?
With the problems I have right now, I don't think I'll ever sleep again. Yes, come in.
Mr. President, Mr. Trent is here.
Mr. President, am I in time?
Trent, I don't know if you're in time unless I know what you've come to tell me.
In the last 2 days, Mr. President, since I saw you, I've been in every town and village in the region. I told them what you told me. They cheered, Mr. President.
Cheered?
Yes, sir. I have their promise now. Federal revenue officers will be safe from now on. They'll obey the law.
Major, put out the light, please.
Yes, sir.
Dawn is breaking, and we don't need it. Trent, come over here to the window with me.
Why, yes, Mr. President.
You know, many times in my life I've wanted to go into a church, and sometimes I've been too far from one. Do you know what I did then? I went outdoors or stood at the window like this, and I waited for the sun to come up, just as it's coming up now. Look at it.
Mr. President, you won't hold this thing too much against us.
Trent, I'm ordering the troops back to their barracks. I think that's your answer. Major, I guess now you and I can go back home. Well, my dear, you heard what happened at Bedford.
Yes, indeed.
What did you think of it?
Frankly, I cried like a schoolgirl.
Because the federal government saved its self-respect.
Well, you might put it that way. And, speaking of schoolgirls...
Were we?
Well, not exactly. Anyway, Harriet's waiting to see you.
Harriet? Well, bring her in. I've got a few things to tell her, that young lady.
You won't be harsh with her, will you?
Was I harsh with those people in Bedford?
I'll bring her right in. Oh, and there's a young man with her.
Hmm? Mm-hmm. I may not be equal to this. You'd better stay in here with us.
As you say. Harriet, will you come in?
Oh, thank you. Uncle, look who's here with me. This is...
Harriet, why did you run away from your aunt?
Oh, but I didn't run away. I only came here to see you.
It was an unforgivable thing to... What did you say?
I said I wanted to see you and introduce Mr. Andrew Parks to you. You said you wanted to see him. Speak to the president, Andrew.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? All right, I'm sorry I no sooner settled one bit of trouble than you caused me more.
Oh, please let me say what I came to say.
You're not married already, are you, Harry?
Andrew and I've decided to wait. If you approve.
Wait? If I approve?
I disappointed you once. I won't do it again.
I don't understand.
I'm going back to Aunt Helen's tonight, and I'm going to learn to cook and sew, run the house, take care of my own clothes, manage the household budget, and well, when I know all those things, Andrew and I'll be married. Well, that's what I came to tell you. And now Andrew wants to tell you something.
Well?
Well, it's good to know that this is the kind of a country where if a man has trouble with his girl, he can get a little help from the President of the United States.
Well, I'm glad to do it, son.
Oh, that's the kind of an attitude, if you don't mind my saying so, that's bound to make you, sir, first in the hearts of your countrymen.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
We all think of America as a young, alive kind of country, still growing with tremendous vistas still to be uncovered. And nothing reflects the spirit of America better than our music. Some of it is grand and courageous, the pioneer theme. Some of it is dreamy and lovely, reminiscent of the South. And these are the types of music you hear on Carnegie Hall. Every Sunday evening, Carnegie Hall salutes a different event in American history and plays music that is reminiscent of that period. The well-known conductor, Dr. Frank Black, leads the concert orchestra on the Carnegie Hall broadcasts. So don't miss this truly thrilling musical event, Carnegie Hall, featuring the music every American loves when it's heard Sunday evenings over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, my dear?
I think I know what you're going to say.
That I wasn't such a bad substitute father after all, was I?
I would have been disappointed if it hadn't turned out that way. You forget. Everyone calls you the father of your country, George Washington.
Thank you. Yes, it was George Washington who once solved a national crisis and a family crisis at one and the same time. In 1794, he led 15,000 soldiers into western Pennsylvania, but fortunately didn't have to use them. The capital of our nation was in Philadelphia at the time. As for his niece Harriet, she was married to that young man not long after. And, oh yes, General Essex did go to the West Indies. Be with us again, won't you? Well, we will bring you another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Command Decision. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President George Washington. Music was composed by Basil Adlam.
Mr. President will not be heard next week because of a special broadcast. But be sure to listen the following week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's Sunday. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Vanity of vanities, all is vanities, saith the good book. And while the Bible doesn't mean it exactly the way I mean it, it does apply to our story, which is about the trouble caused by the vanity of one man. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to. But meanwhile, maybe you'll be able to guess. For some months, our country, unprepared as usual, had been at war. A bitter, bloody struggle. One morning, after a stormy cabinet meeting, I walked back to my own study.
No progress, Mr. President?
Did you ever drive a pair of horses, Miss Sarah?
No.
They have to move at the same rate, or you haven't got a team. And if you've got a lot of horses instead of only two...
The cabinet wouldn't appreciate being called a disjointed team of horses.
Oh, horses are fine. The trouble is I've got some mules in my train.
If you mean Secretary of War Miller, I'd have classified him with the peacock.
Oh, well, you're right. I don't think I ever met a man with so much vanity and so little basis for it. Anyway, I'm not going to put up with him any longer. I can't run a war and tame a peacock at the same time, so I'm going to turn the peacock loose. It's not a domestic bird anyway. It's wild. Let it enjoy its freedom.
Resign, Mr. President. Me resign? Why?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mr. Miller, but I'm afraid I've got to.
It isn't my feelings, Mr. President. It's far more than that. I'm thinking of the future of our country.
Oh, fine. So am I. Sit down, please, Mr. Miller.
I'm quite happy standing, sir.
It makes me a little uncomfortable to feel I'm talking to a statue.
What?
Please sit down, Mr. Miller. And thank you. Now, sir, we're in a war, and at the moment we're not winning. As we're talking here, young men of our country are dying. Families are being smashed. A powerful enemy wants to destroy all the rest of us. My job is to preserve our country. That's my only thought in everything I'm going to say to you. Do you understand?
Of course, but...
Now, let me go on. You're in my cabinet, Mr. Miller, not because you're qualified for the Secretary of War's job in any way, but because of political alliances and promises made in our party before the war started.
Why are you in the White House, Mr. President?
Because most of my fellow citizens chose me. And I've got to answer to them for everything I do. If anyone asks me now, why is your Secretary of War unable to manage his job, what can I answer?
Mr. President, I take exception to your whole attitude.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the War Department is being run very well. I've got to put somebody in there whom I can have more confidence in. And that's why I want you to resign.
This is the most outrageous thing that's ever been said to me.
Oh, please don't stand up again, Mr. Miller.
My feelings don't allow me to go on sitting. I say to you, sir, there's no greater patriot in all the nation than I.
I'm willing to believe it. However...
There is no man in Washington who takes his job more seriously.
No doubt about it,
but... And in the face of those two facts, you ask me to resign? Haven't you stopped to realize how you're humiliating me?
Mr. Miller, I dislike hurting people. But if I can avoid the death of one American soldier by hurting your feelings or anybody else's, I'll jump on him all day long. In your job, I want patriotism. I want hard work. But I want more than that. I want results. And I don't think you can give them to me.
You've been misled, Mr. President. The only reason for the present state of affairs in my department is the enormous pressure of events.
I know a little about the pressure of events.
And in a few weeks, all that confusion will pass.
You're only making this more painful for both of us. I've asked for your resignation. I'd like to have it, please.
I refuse to be made a scapegoat, a victim of... Why, the shame would last me the rest of my life.
Soldiers fighting and dying don't think about shame.
Mr. President, I beg you, try to understand what's happened, the problems I've had to face. I promise you that things will be improved in my department.
I'm sorry, Miller. It's too late for promises. My concern is for American lives. Your resignation will help save them. Well?
I refuse to resign. And I think, Mr. President, that if you try to force me to, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Mr. President, Senator Harper to see you.
Oh, thank Thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Fred.
Good
Come
morning,
in.
Mr. President.
Good morning. I'm glad you're here, Fred. I want to sound you out about something.
All right, sir. Sound away.
If I nominate a new man for the cabinet as Secretary of War, will you support him when his name comes before the Senate?
A new man? Well, what's happened to Ben Miller?
Fred, I like to think I'm a tolerant man, and the Lord knows none of us is perfect. But I can't stand him anymore.
It's as simple as that.
Every bit. What's the matter?
Well, before you pick a new man, you have to get rid of the old one. Or have you done that already?
No, I haven't yet.
Well, is he so inefficient?
Peacocks are probably the stupidest birds there are.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, if he... Well, never mind. Yes, he's inefficient. He's vain. He doesn't use his office to help his country. He uses it as a platform for himself to strut upon.
Have you any evidence of inefficiency, sir?
The man himself, I'm sorry to say.
Oh. Well, I understand, Mr. President, but getting rid of him will be expensive.
Expensive? How?
You remember when you took office this term, sir? You were forced to make good on a number of political promises made by the party in your name. Well, Miller got into the cabinet on one of those promises. Only because he's so powerful in the Pennsylvania branch of the party.
Party isn't so important when you're at war, Fred.
Well, right now, national unity is almost more important than anything else.
You don't seriously believe that national unity depends on Ben Miller?
Well, no, not alone, of course. But these days, I'd be willing to pay almost any price to avoid the slightest strain on it.
Including a poorly equipped army and lost battles?
Well, almost.
So you suggest I keep the Secretary of War with all his inefficiency and vanity?
Oh, Mr. President, please. All I'm saying is wait a little while. A man of Miller's type with a political weight that he can swing can make more trouble outside the cabinet than in it, and can cause more battles to be lost.
Well, I think you're overestimating his strength, Fred. But if you're right, the problem is much too serious for me to risk any controversy now, which might split the country and retard our war effort. I'm trapped, Miss Sarah.
But, Mr. President, why can't you simply remove Mr. Miller?
Usually it's enough to ask a cabinet member for his resignation. But to remove a man, you need evidence, grounds that'll stand up before public opinion.
Your word that he's inefficient should be enough.
It should be, but maybe Senator Harper is right. Maybe Miller could rock the boat. Maybe my way of doing things isn't the only way.
Well, you're the one that's responsible.
I know, Miss Sarah. Miller made the usual excuses, and he did go through the motions of promising to improve his department. Well, let's see just what he can do. Sometimes if you take a man at his word, he has to make it good.
Mr. President, what are you talking about?
About Mr. Miller's personality.
Oh.
A peacock loves to strut. Miss Sarah, take a letter to Mr. Miller.
All right, sir.
Dear Mr. Miller, upon reconsidering the subject of our discussion this morning, I believe it is to the best interests of the country not to demand your resignation at this time. You indicated that you could improve your department. I trust that you will do so and that you will include evidence of such improvement in your War Department report to be attached to my annual message to Congress.
Is that all, Mr. President?
Isn't that enough to get Miller going?
I had a message that you wanted to see me.
Yes, Cummings. Come in. Close the door.
Certainly. But worried. What's the trouble?
Sit down, Cummings.
No, it's all right.
I dislike talking to a man who towers over me like a statue.
Huh? Oh, all right. Now what got you to interrupt?
It's not a joking matter. I've been insulted.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
By the president.
That's worse.
But I've decided to ignore the insult.
Very generous of you. What do you say?
I've decided to ignore the insult and heap coals of fire on his head.
How?
Please listen, Cummings, and don't interrupt.
Beg your pardon.
I want to show him that the War Department is the model department of them all. In other words, I want you to act more quickly.
Why the hurry?
See here, Cummings, I've made the War Department funds available to you to buy military supplies. I've as good as presented you with $1 million or more in brokerage fees. But it's perfectly legal. I only did it to save time. I've done nothing wrong. And I'm still giving the orders.
Of course you are, Mr. Miller. When I said why the hurry, I only meant we don't want to make any mistakes.
I'll worry about mistakes, Cummings. Meanwhile, I want you to move much faster. Every factory must be drained of whatever we need immediately. Weapons, ammunition, clothing, medical supplies, everything. I want to make the president eat his... I've got to prepare my report quite soon. And I want to impress the president with the efficiency of the War Department.
President, Representative Kent is here to see you, sir.
Kent?
He has an appointment.
He has? Well, I don't know what he wants, but you know what Kent's like. If he starts to talk too loud, you break in after a while, will you please?
I'll keep an ear cocked, Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
I'll bring him in now. Mr. Kent, will you come in, please?
Thank you.
Oh, come right in, Mr. Kent.
You look tired, Mr. President.
Oh, no.
You look much more tired than when I saw you last.
Well, you're a plain-spoken man, Kent.
Life's too short to be roundabout. What do you think of Ben Miller?
Why?
Well, now, let's not be roundabout or crafty, Mr. President. We belong to opposite parties, but we're in a desperate war. Nothing else counts. What do you think of Ben Miller?
He's a vain peacock and an inefficient war secretary.
Understood. But is that all?
Well, I know of, yes.
Want to get rid of him?
I'd like nothing better, but entirely between us, Kent, his vanity prevents me. Besides, certain political reasons interfere.
Understood. We're dealing with human beings, and human beings can't do anything without getting political, no matter what it is. My wife, for instance...
Yes,
Well, let me ask you. Political influence wouldn't protect Miller if he were corrupt, would it?
Corrupt? Is he? How do you know?
I don't know, but I suspect, and on a huge scale.
That surprises me, Kent. Can you prove it? Can anybody prove it?
Not yet, but my committee is going to investigate. Why don't you get rid of him anyway?
I told you why. Besides, he suggested that given a little time, he could run the War Department much better.
Do you believe him?
Not exactly. But, well, the President of the United States doesn't know everything just because he's President. And we all have our faults and weaknesses.
You're very tolerant.
Kent, I'm not tolerant of the way the war is run. I'm quite sure you understand.
I think I do. Good day, Mr. President.
One thing, Kent. I want to make you a promise.
Yes?
Let me have evidence that Miller is corrupt and he'll be out of office in 20 minutes. In other words, I'll back your committee.
Understood.
In return, I want you to support the man I recommend to take Miller's place if it falls vacant.
Understood. But this understanding had better remain a secret of our own.
Oh, certainly, or my own part, it would fly at my throat.
Understood.
Yes.
Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Mr. Kent.
Good day, Miss Sarah. Good day.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for your help, even if I didn't need it.
He seemed quite peaceful today, didn't he?
The interview was quite surprising.
Oh, I'm very glad. What happened?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a secret?
Kent's and mine. Don't be offended now, please. Don't be offended.
You won't forget you're due at the fort this afternoon.
Oh, yes, the military review.
Well, you've got to wear your heaviest coat, Mr. President. You'll have to be out there in the cold wind for over an hour. I suppose it was about Mr. Miller.
You suppose what was about Mr. Miller?
Mr. Kent's coming here.
You won't worm it out of me that way, Miss Sarah. Now, where did you say that heavy coat of mine is? Oh, General.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's a fine body of men.
Thank you, sir.
Don't you think so, Fred?
Certainly, sir. Mr. President.
Yes?
I've changed my mind about Ben Miller.
Oh?
I was wrong, sir. I think you ought to get rid of him no matter what it costs.
What made you change, Fred?
There's a fellow named Cummings who seems to be in Miller's confidence, sort of a broker. I've heard of him before, and he's not a very savory character.
Go on.
Well, I'm sure that if you forced Miller to resign and he threatened to make trouble, our knowing about his dealings with Cummings would keep him quiet.
Fred, I can't get rid of Miller.
What?
I'm keeping him in his job for the reasons you gave me.
But, sir, knowing what we know now...
What do we know? Sheer speculation. And look at those soldiers, Fred. Some of them are going to be killed in a few weeks. I think fewer will be killed if Miller stays in his job, at least for a while.
But what are you waiting for, sir? What changed your mind? Gentlemen, the flag.
Miss Sarah, I'm ready now.
Very well, Mr. President. Is your message to Congress finished?
Yes, here it is. How about the individual reports from the Cabinet office that go with it?
Oh, they're all here. Navy, Treasury, Attorney General. What's funny?
What?
I don't see Secretary Miller's report from the War Department.
Well, it must be there.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's not.
Well, it may have gone astray. Send a messenger over to his office, will you, please? Otherwise, we'll be late getting this report out.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. Miller's report isn't coming to this office.
Why not?
He's had it printed and sent to newspapers all over the country, sir, without your seeing it at all.
Miss Sarah, have every one of those copies recorded and get Miller in here to see me inside of the next hour. Miller, what do you mean by issuing your report to the newspapers without my seeing it first?
I meant nothing.
You know every cabinet member has to come with his report to me. And that all reports, including the president's, are issued together.
Yes, I know.
Then why did you ignore that rule?
Because I had something very important to say in my report, and I didn't want it buried among the reports of the other cabinet members.
You didn't want it. You didn't want it. And what about the efficiency and cooperation you promised me?
My report is part of that.
In what way? What does your report say?
Most of it is routine, sir. Normal operations of the War Department. But the most important section deals with methods of buying war supplies.
Is that all?
It also deals with the racial problem in the Army.
Miller, don't you know that's one of the most ticklish issues the administration faces?
Of course. My idea...
I don't care what your idea is. It's not your business to set policy on a matter of this kind. I've ordered that report of yours recalled from the newspapers.
Mr. President, that's a deliberate insult.
Is that all you can think of, your feelings? If you've got a good idea about the Army's racial problems, I'll be only too happy to listen to it. But you know very well I can't have a delicate matter like that aired in public at a time like this. Now, after deleting the section on racial problems, I'll release your report along with the others. Good afternoon. Well, what do the papers say?
War Secretary's policy favored. One in favor of Miller.
Miller plan outspoken. That's two in favor. Mr. President, do you realize almost half the papers approve Miller's plan?
Yes, Fred, I do.
Here, listen to this. Miller's straightforward approach to the racial problem in the Army is commendable. This editor wonders why the President was so desirous of suppressing Secretary Miller's comments on this problem.
I'd like to know why so many papers printed that section after you cut it out, sir.
That's easy, Miss Sarah. When we ordered Miller's copies recalled, not all the papers responded. They were the ones who printed it so they could embarrass me.
Yeah, that must be it. Just listen to this. President suppresses part of War Department report. Does he seek to stifle independent expression? Oh, when are you going to get rid of Miller?
I don't know, friend. But remember, no road is so long.
Sorry, sir, to keep after you about this.
Oh, I know, Fred. I'm as anxious as you are, but until I'm in a position to prove...
President.
Yes.
A message from Representative Kent. He'd like to see you in the morning. It's important, sir.
Important? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that road has an end after all, Miss Sarah. I tell you, Kent, I can't stand it much longer. You've come just in time.
I hope so, sir.
Well, let me hear what you found out.
You seem eager to prove another man a thief, sir.
It's not that, and you know it. Come on, Kent. Let me hear all of it.
My committee has completed its secret investigation of Secretary of War Miller. Here's a copy of the resolution I'm presenting to the entire House tomorrow. I guarantee you it will be passed.
Well?
Resolved that Benjamin Miller, Secretary of War, by investing Henry Cummings with the control of large sums of money and authority to purchase military supplies, has adopted a policy highly injurious to the public service and deserves the censure of the House.
Is that all?
Yes.
And there was no evidence of corruption?
Not exactly.
What do you mean, Kent? Now, come, don't keep me dangling.
There's no corruption on Miller's part or Cummings.
But that resolution...
There is no corruption, at least none that we found. In other words, Miller is honest. But he's fabulously inefficient. He's dangerous to our success in the war. Does that help you?
It doesn't solve the bottom problem, Kent. Oh, I can force him out of the cabinet, but he's got to go gracefully, if you know what I mean.
I do not.
If his feelings are ruffled, he'll tear my own party apart from under my feet. As I told you, it comes down to a problem of vanity, Kent. What other job can I induce him to take? That'll make him feel he's been promoted.
Understood, but I'm sorry I can't help you there. However, my promise to support your new man is still good.
Understood.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kent's leaving, Miss Sarah.
Good day, sir. Good day. Mr. President, some letters and dispatches.
All right, put them on the desk, please.
I'll take this one back, Mr. President. I'm sure you don't want to worry about it. From our minister in Russia, he's asking to be relieved so he can come home and join the army.
We'll send it over to the State Department.
Yes, by the next messenger.
Thank you.
Was Mr. Kent's visit about Mr. Miller again?
Yes.
Is it still secret?
No, I thought I had a chance of forcing Miller to resign without any trouble. I was wrong, but I'm beginning to think Miss Sarah, let me see that letter.
Which one, sir?
The one from Russia.
Oh, sorry.
Minister to Russia, huh? Miss Sarah, I want to see Fred Harper right away.
Cummings, you've seen this congressional resolution?
Yes, I'm getting famous, I'm sorry to say.
You think everything's a joke. It's not a joke. Look at what a fool it makes out of me.
Oh, I don't think any resolution could do that.
Look how humiliating it is. Cummings, I wish I were out of this job. There were only some way I could get out of it gracefully.
Wait a minute, Mr. Miller. You're doing a wonderful job for our country.
And for you. You're making enormous profits for yourself.
You said yourself there's nothing illegal in it, and Kent's committee couldn't find anything wrong in it. Besides, it's the fate of all great men to be criticized.
Just the same, Cummings. I meant what I say. Come in. Oh, Senator Harper. Come in, sir. You know Mr. Cummings?
We've met, I think.
Yes, Senator.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, please don't go.
What is it, Senator?
I brought this note for you from the president.
Oh, thank you. Dear Mr. Miller, after much consideration, I have decided that your services to your country can be best utilized in a diplomatic capacity. I therefore recommend that you accept appointment. Senator Harper, what does this mean?
Just what it says, Mr. Miller.
He asked for my resignation and I refused. Now he's simply trying to kick me upstairs. This is humiliating, Senator. I'm giving the very best that's in me, and this is the thanks I get. A brief letter. He throws me a bone. Well, Senator, just tell the president for me, I'm not that hungry.
But I don't quite understand you, Fred. Wasn't he interested in the post?
Well, I told you, sir. He said you were throwing him a bone, so he couldn't have thought it was very important.
Not important.
And he seemed hurt by the fact that he was suddenly notified in a brief letter.
Oh, a brief letter?
Yeah, he was quite angry, sir.
Well, of course he was. I don't blame him.
You don't what?
Look, Fred, I made a mistake about Miller. I want you to go back and see him again.
But he's already refused.
I want you to tell him I admit being hasty. I want you to tell him that, No, on second thought, don't tell him anything. I'll tell him myself at the cabinet meeting tomorrow.
Everything's ready, Mr. President.
All the cabinet here?
Everyone except Mr. Miller.
Well, there's no point in starting until he gets here.
Senator Harper. Here he is now.
Mr. President, Miller has arrived.
Oh, thank you, Fred. That's fine.
Shall I escort him in, sir?
By all means.
I'll do it, Senator.
Thank you, Miss Della.
Ready, Mr. Miller? Mr. President, gentlemen of the cabinet. Secretary of War Miller.
Oh, come in, Miller.
Mr. President, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, now that we have assembled, I should like to submit to you an important decision I've made. I need not remind you that we are still in a state of crisis, that we need not only help here at home, but strong support from abroad. And abroad there is no more important post at this time than that of the Minister to Russia. So, gentlemen, I have decided to recall our present minister and to replace him with a man whose patriotism has been unquestioned, whose energies are tireless, a man who will be able to render services to our country abroad, not less important than those he could render here at home. I know of only one man whose qualifications can properly guarantee our friendly relations with that great country. Gentlemen, I submit the name of Benjamin Miller as Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to Russia.
Mr. President, I am honored.
Not at all, Minister Miller. The honor and the pleasure are all mine.
In that case, I must tender my resignation as Secretary of War, Mr. President.
And I must regretfully accept it, Mr. Miller, but I am sure that your loss to us as a cabinet member will be more than compensated for by your contribution to our international relations.
Mr. President, I am so glad that's over.
So am I, Miss Sarah, so am I.
You made the appointment even before he'd resigned.
Well, I had to take a chance, Miss Sarah. I had tried everything else, but his vanity got in the way. And there was only one thing I could do, appeal to that vanity. And the best way I could do that would be to expose it. Presenting my idea before the entire cabinet on such a patriotic basis, he didn't dare refuse. In fact, he seemed quite honored.
Imagine.
Well, while we can, Miss Sarah, let's try to see the funny side of it, huh? Now, at least, we don't have a mixed team of horses. We got rid of the peacock.
Yes, but what about the mules, Mr. President?
Well, I think we have only one mule left.
Well, who's that?
Hmm?
Oh, you mean...
Oh, now, don't be so polite, Miss Sarah.
Oh, no, Mr. President, you don't mean...
No.
You? A mule?
What's wrong with a mule?
Well, nothing, after all. A mule does do more work than a peacock.
Understood, Miss Sarah, understood. Well, have you guessed which president it was who had so much political trouble getting rid of his Secretary of War? The time was 1862, and Abraham Lincoln was Mr. President. The War Secretary we've called Miller tonight was in reality Simon Cameron, who did in fact become minister to Russia. This was probably President Lincoln's most difficult period. With the war going badly and without public support, he had to make some of the most important decisions of his career. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Thank you, and goodbye until then.
Edward Arnold appeared as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now a special program note. Tonight, 4 great shows are coming your way over this ABC station. Sunday evening hour, Walter Winchell, Luella Parsons, and Theater Guild on the air. Be sure to hear all 4. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in a 2-part version of Henry James' finest novel in an American setting, Washington Square. Another in our series of books that live, the world's great novels. In 1895, there lived in a handsome, modern house in historic Washington Square the distinguished physician, Dr. Austin Sloper, his widowed elder sister, Lavinia, and his only child, Catherine Sloper. Dr. Sloper was a widower, having lost his beautiful and very brilliant wife a week after Catherine was born.
As the years passed, Dr. Sloper felt that the laws of compensation had treated him harshly, perhaps ironically. For in leaving him, his wife had presented him with a child utterly lacking in the qualities he had so admired in her. Uptown lived Dr. Sloper's younger sister, Mrs. Almond, married to a prosperous merchant and mother of a large family. As the story opens, a party given by the Almonds to celebrate the engagement of their daughter is just ending. Dr. Sloper had managed to look in between his professional calls, and now he stands with Mrs. Almond, Elizabeth, watching his handsomely dressed daughter whirl about on the dance floor.
There, that ends the dancing. I told Catherine you would be here. Oh, here she comes. Catherine, your father has come to take you home.
Ah, is it possible that this magnificent young woman is my child?
I'm not magnificent, Father.
You are sumptuous, opulent, expensive. You look as if you had $80,000 a year.
Well, so long as I haven't.
So long as you haven't, you shouldn't look as if you had. Have you enjoyed the party?
I'm rather tired.
The carriage is outside, and your Aunt Lavinia has already taken her tender leave and is waiting. Lavinia, my dear sister, who was that man? The very handsome young man who was making love to you.
Oh, my good brother.
He seemed uncommonly tender. Whenever I looked at you, he had the most devoted air.
The devotion was not for me. It was for Catherine. He talked only of her.
Oh, Aunt Lavinia.
Ah, then he's in love with this regal creature next to me.
Oh, Father.
I don't know if it's that, but he did admire her dress.
Ah, you see, he thinks you have $80,000 a year.
Don't believe it, Catherine. He is truly fine.
He must be tremendously refined not to think of $80,000 a year.
Well, he is.
Ah, so you too, Catherine, have been exposed to the charms of the tremendously refined young man?
He danced with me.
What is the charmer's name, Lavinia?
I didn't catch it, and I didn't like to ask him. Catherine, dear, what was the gentleman's name?
I don't know, Aunt Lavinia. I don't know.
Dr. Sloper learned the name of the very refined young man 4 days later from his sister Lavinia. This romantic and sentimental widow had come to stay with Dr. Sloper when Catherine was 10. Lavinia had a passion for little secrets and would have liked to have had a lover and to have corresponded with him under an assumed name in letters left at a shop. Lacking a mysterious lover herself, she's now extremely interested in the young man who has just called on Catherine, and so she makes the most of him.
He has just been, Austin. It's such a pity you missed him.
Whom in the world have I missed, Lavinia?
Mr. Morris Townsend. He's made us such a delightful visit.
Aunt Lavinia means the gentleman whose name I couldn't remember the other night.
The gentleman at Elizabeth's party who was so struck with Catherine.
Oh, yes, struck with her expensive red dress. Did you invite him to call, Catherine?
No, Father.
Then it was you, Lavinia. Or is Mr. Townsend the type who calls without the formality of an invitation?
Oh, no, he's too refined for that. I did suggest he might pay us a visit, since he's somewhat of a stranger in New York.
So his name is Morris Townsend, is he? And did he come here to propose to Catherine?
Oh, Father,
I hope he won't do that without your permission, dear brother.
Is that quite necessary? After all, my dear Lavinia, he seems to have yours.
Really, Austin.
The next time Mr. Townsend comes, you'd better call me. He might like to see me.
But the next time he called, Dr. Sloper was not at home. Lavinia made sure that Catherine understood that Mr. Townsend had come a-courting, and insisted the distraught girl receive Morris alone.
Now, I'm afraid I've talked too much about myself. Tell me about yourself, Miss Sloper. Give me a little sketch.
There's so little to tell, really. And I have no talent for sketching, Mr. Townsend.
Oh, I didn't mean to be taken literally. Do you like music?
Yes. I play the piano. A little.
Ah, music. Music, Miss Sloper, is the greatest pleasure in life. I've heard them all the great singers, when I was in Paris and London. How about literature? Do you like to read?
I'm not very fond of reading. I find it hard to finish books.
Books are tiresome, really, but the trouble is you have to read so many before you find it out. The trouble is they're not at all like the things the author describes. The great thing is to see for yourself. I've always tried to see things for myself.
When I was a child, I had a secret desire to be an actress.
Oh, no, Catherine, not you. I've seen them all the great actors in the best theaters in Paris and in London. But they were just like the authors. They always exaggerated. I like everything to be natural. That's why I like you so much. You're so natural. You see, I'm natural myself. Indeed, I'm completely natural.
Ah, thank you. It is a dutiful daughter who opens the front door for her father. Or were you waiting impatiently to tell me something?
Mr. Morris Townsend was here today, Father. He left before you got home. I've been waiting to tell you.
Well, now, don't run away after having announced the joyful tidings. Did the charming Mr. Townsend propose to my dear child today? My poor child is not clever at repartee. I offer her the chance to make a brilliant sally, and she giggles.
Perhaps Mr. Townsend will state his intentions next time, Father.
Oh. Then perhaps it is time I found out something about Mr. Townsend.
Austin, our sister Lavinia has already been to ask me about Mr. Townsend. Why, I don't know. She's very peculiar, that Lavinia. She didn't want me to tell you that she has asked about the man.
Lavinia has a passion for little secrets and mysteries. What did you tell her about Mr. Townsend?
Well, there's a vague story that he has been wild.
Oh?
I know his sister, Mrs. Montgomery. She's a widow with a little property and 5 children to support. She lives in 2nd Avenue.
What does Mrs. Montgomery say about him?
That he has talent by which he could distinguish himself.
Only he's lazy, eh?
She doesn't say so.
That's family pride. What is his profession?
He hasn't got any. He is looking for something.
What's his age?
Oh, I suppose upwards of 30. I was told he inherited a small property and spent it in a few years. Traveled all over the world, lived abroad, amused himself. He has lately come back to America with the intention, I was told, of beginning life in earnest.
Can he be earnest about Catherine?
Austin, it seems to me you have never done Catherine justice. You must remember she has the prospect of $30,000 a year.
I see at least you appreciate her merits.
I don't mean that as her only merit, but simply that it is a great one. Many young men think so. Yet you've always had a little way, Austin, of alluding to her as an unmarriageable girl.
How many suitors has Catherine had, Elizabeth, with all her financial expectations? How much attention has she ever received? No, Catherine is not unmarriageable, but she is absolutely unattractive.
Catherine does very well. The reason she has received so little attention is that she seems to all the young men to be much older than they. She's so large, and she dresses so formidably, they're rather afraid of her. And again, they marry so young, before 25, at the age of innocence and sincerity, before the age of calculation. If they only waited a little, Catherine would fare better.
As a calculation? Thank you very much.
Wait till some intelligent man of 40 comes along. He will be delighted with Catherine.
Oh, Mr. Townsend is not old enough then. His motives may be pure, eh?
It is very possible they are. I should be very sorry to take the contrary for granted.
Elizabeth, what are his present means of subsistence?
I have no idea. He lives, as I say, with his sister.
A widow with 5 children. Do you mean he lives off her?
Had you not better ask Mrs. Montgomery herself?
Perhaps I may come to that. I'll take a note of the address. 2nd Avenue, I believe you said.
Yes.
Well, my dear sister, I am going to give the young man the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to look him over.
You should. When is it to be?
I told Lavinia the next time he came to ask him to dinner on Wednesday. That's why I called to invite you and your family to be with us.
Nice.
I shall study Mr. Townsend while he's at the table. You know, I can get a good insight of a man's character by the manner in which he behaves at dinner.
Morris Townsend was too intelligent not to realize that though a number of other guests were present, he was the real occasion for the dinner, and he put forth a remarkable effort to make a good impression, especially on the analytical Dr. Sloper. Dinner is over. Dr. Sloper is talking to his younger sister Elizabeth, while in another part of the room, Catherine and Morris at last see each other alone.
Your father doesn't like me. Doesn't like me at all.
I don't see how you know so soon.
I feel. I'm very quick to feel.
Perhaps you're mistaken.
Well, you ask him and you'll see.
I would rather not ask him if there's any danger of his saying what you think.
It wouldn't give you any pleasure to contradict him?
I never contradict my father.
Will you hear me abused without opening your lips in my defense?
My father won't abuse you. I shall never mention you to him.
Oh, that's very well, but it isn't quite what I should have liked you to say. I should have liked you to say, if Father doesn't like you, what does it matter?
Ah, but it would matter. I couldn't say that.
Well, then, I must not give up the hope of bringing him around.
Elsewhere in the room, Dr. Sloper and his sister Elizabeth are in close talk.
Well, Austin, what do you think of him?
He has ability, Elizabeth. Decided ability. He has a good head if he chooses to use it. And he's uncommonly well turned out, quite the sort of figure that pleases the ladies. But I don't think I like him.
Lavinia tells me Catherine is in love with him.
She must get over it. He's not a gentleman. Oh, he is extremely ingratiating, but it's a vulgar nature. I saw through him in a minute. He's altogether too familiar. I hate familiarity.
What do you intend to do?
Do? Why, nothing. He's cunning enough to realize I dislike him, that I see through him, and that may discourage him from trying to reach his goal. If he nevertheless continues to find Catherine attractive, then I'll know he's reached the age of cold calculation.
2 weeks have passed since Dr. Sloper was told by his sister Elizabeth that Lavinia thinks Catherine is in love with Morris Townsend. Because of a feeling that Dr. Sloper does not like Morris, Catherine has not mentioned his name once, but her more than usual quietness has not gone unnoticed. The doctor suspects Morris Townsend to be the reason for this, and never given to indirectness, he has summoned his sister.
Lavinia, will you be so good as to let me know what's going on in the house?
Going on, Austin? I'm sure I don't know. I believe that last night the old gray cat had kittens.
At her age, the idea is startling, almost shocking. Be so good as to see that they are all drowned.
Oh.
But what else has happened?
Oh, the dear little kittens. I wouldn't have them drowned for the world.
Lavinia, your sympathy for kittens arises from a feline element in your own character.
Cats are very graceful and very clean.
And very stealthy. You are the embodiment, Lavinia, both of grace and of neatness. But you are wanting in frankness.
You certainly are not, my dear brother.
I don't pretend to be graceful, though I try to be neat. Lavinia, why haven't you let me know that Mr. Morris Townsend's coming to the house 4 times a week?
4 times a week?
5 times, if you prefer. I am away all day, but when such things happen, you should let me know.
Austin, dear, I am incapable of betraying a confidence.
Has Catherine made you take a vow of eternal secrecy?
By no means. Catherine has not told me as much as she might.
Is it the young man, then, who has made you his confidant?
I take a great deal of interest in Mr. Townsend. I won't conceal it.
What is the source of your interest in Mr. Townsend?
His misfortunes, Austin.
Oh, that, of course, is always interesting. Are you at liberty to mention a few of Mr. Townsend's misfortunes?
He has entrusted me with his whole history. I can't repeat it. He will tell it to you, I'm sure, if he thought you would listen kindly.
I shall request him very kindly, then, to leave Catherine alone.
Ah, but Catherine has probably said something to him kinder than that.
Said that she loved him? Is that what you mean?
As I tell you, Austin, she does not confide in me.
You do have an opinion, I see, all the same. It's that I ask of you. What is your opinion?
I think Catherine is very happy. That is all I can say.
Because Townsend wants to marry her? Do you think him sincere?
Deeply sincere. He has said to me the most appreciative, the most charming things about her. He will say them to you if he was sure you would listen. Gently.
I doubt whether I can undertake it. He seems to require a great deal of gentleness. Come now, Lavinia. You haven't told me about his misfortunes.
It's a long story, and I regard it as a sacred trust. He has been wild. He frankly confesses it. But he has paid for it.
That's what has impoverished him, eh?
Oh, Austin, he's looking for a position most earnestly.
Precisely. And he is looking for it. Here, in our front parlor. The position of husband of a weak-minded woman with a large fortune would suit him to perfection.
My dear brother, if you regard Catherine as a weak-minded woman, you are particularly mistaken. Most particularly.
As was the custom, the family in Washington Square, that is, Dr. Sloper, Catherine, and Lavinia, spent Sunday evenings receiving Sister Elizabeth and her family. On this particular Sunday, Dr. Sloper, having been called away, returns to find Morris Townsend has arrived in his absence and is seated on the couch talking to Catherine. Watching his opportunity, and the first time Morris is alone, Dr. Sloper decides to know him better.
I am told, Mr. Townsend, that you are looking for a position.
Oh, that sounds too fine. I should like some quiet work, something to turn an honest penny.
What sort of things should you prefer?
Do you mean what am I fit for? Very little, I'm afraid. I have nothing but my good right arm, as they say in the melodramas.
You are too modest. You also have your subtle brain. What I see of you tells me you're extremely intelligent.
When you say that, I hardly know what to answer. Were you kindly intending to propose something to my advantage?
I have no particular proposal to make, but it occurred to me to let you know I have you in my mind. Sometimes one hears of opportunities. For instance, should you object to leaving New York? To going a distance?
I'm afraid I couldn't manage that, Dr. Sloper. I must seek my fortune here or nowhere. You see, I have ties, responsibilities. A sister, a widow from whom I've been separated a long time and to whom I'm almost everything. She rather depends on me.
Ah, family feeling is very proper. I think I've heard of your sister.
It's possible, but I rather doubt it. She lives so very quietly.
As quietly you mean as the Lady May, who has several small children.
Ah, my little nephews. That's the very point. I'm helping to bring them up. I give them lessons.
That's very proper, as I say, but it's hardly a career.
Oh, you're right. It won't make my fortune.
You must not be too bent on a fortune. But I assure you I will keep you in mind. I won't lose sight of you.
If my situation becomes desperate, Dr. Sloper, I shall perhaps take the liberty of reminding you about it. Catherine, will you meet me somewhere tomorrow or the next day?
Meet you?
I have something particular to say to you. Very particular.
Can't you come to the house?
I can't enter your doors again.
Oh, Mr. Townsend.
I can't. In self-respect, your father has insulted me.
Insulted you?
He has taunted me with my poverty.
Oh, you're mistaken. You misunderstood.
He laughed at me for having no position.
I'm sure he means to be kind. You must not be too proud.
I'll be proud only of you. Will you meet me out in Washington Square in the afternoon? It's quiet there. No one need see us. Toward dusk.
It is you who are unkind. It is you who laugh when you say such things as that.
My dear
You
girl.
know how little there is in me to be proud of. I'm ugly and stupid.
Catherine, dearest, no.
I'm not even brave.
Well, then, if you're afraid, what shall we do?
You must come to the house. I'm not afraid of that.
Catherine received Morris Townsend the next day on the ground she had chosen, amid the chaste upholstery of the drawing room. That Morris had something particular, very particular to say is evident, as now, 2 hours after he has left, Catherine, her heart beating fast, stands before her father.
Father, I have something to say to you.
I shall be very happy to hear it, my dear.
I am engaged to be married.
You do right to tell me. And who is the happy mortal you have honored with your choice?
Mr. Morris Townsend.
The young man, the happy lover, generally tells the father first.
He wanted to tell you first, but I persuaded him to let me do it. He means to tell you tomorrow.
Why do you speak for him now?
I'm afraid you do not like Mr. Townsend.
You're quite right. I don't like him.
Dear Father, you don't know him.
I have my impression of him. That is enough.
I have a right to know the reasons for your dislike.
Very well, then. Without accusing Mr. Townsend of being in love only with your fortune, there is every reason to suppose that these good prospects have entered into his calculations more largely than a solicitude for your happiness strictly requires. The principal thing we know about him is that he has led a life of dissipation and has spent a fortune of his own in doing so.
That is not the principal thing we know about him. There are other things, many other things.
Oh?
He has high abilities, Father. He wants so much to do something. He's kind and generous and true. And his fortune that he spent, it was very small.
All the more reason he shouldn't have spent it. Catherine, you won't think me cruel.
No, dear Father, because if you knew how I feel, and you must know, you who know everything, you'd be so kind, so gentle.
Yes, I think I know how you feel.
And you will see Mr. Townsend tomorrow?
Yes, of course. I'll wait for him to come. But, Catherine, For the present, be so good as to mention to no one that you're engaged.
And you will be kind and gentle when you see him tomorrow, won't you, Father?
Yes, I'll be very kind. When he comes tomorrow, send him to the study so we can talk alone. And I will be gentle. Mr. Townsend, did you really expect I would say I was delighted at your engagement and throw my daughter into your arms?
No, I had an idea you didn't like me.
Indeed. What gave you the idea?
The fact I am poor.
Oh, that has a harsh sound. But it is about the truth. Speaking of you as a son-in-law. Your absence of means or of prospects places you in a category from which it would be imprudent for me to select a husband for my daughter who is a weak-minded woman with a large fortune. In any other capacity, I'm perfectly prepared to like you. As a son-in-law, I abominate you.
I don't think Miss Sloper a weak woman.
Of course, you must defend her. It's the least you can do. But I have known my child 20 years, and you have known her 6 weeks. Even if she were not weak, you are still penniless.
Yes, that's my weakness. Therefore, you mean I'm mercenary. I only want her money.
I don't say that. I say simply that you belong to the wrong category.
But your daughter doesn't marry a category. She marries an individual. An individual whom she is so good as to say she loves.
One who offers so little in return.
Is it possible to offer more than a most tender affection and a lifelong devotion?
It is possible to offer a few other things of a more material nature. Not only is it possible, but it's usual.
Don't you care a little to gratify your daughter? Do you enjoy the idea of making her miserable?
She may as well be miserable in that way as in the other with a penniless husband.
You are not polite, sir.
You push me to it. You argue too much.
I have a great deal at stake.
Well, whatever it is, you've lost it.
Are you sure of that? Are you sure your daughter will give me up?
I'm not sure, but I shall strongly recommend it. And as I have a great fund of respect and affection in my daughter's mind to draw upon, and as she has the sentiment of duty developed in a very high degree, I think it extremely possible.
I, too, have a fund of affection to draw upon.
Do you mean to defy me?
Call it what you please, sir. I mean not to give your daughter up. I don't think she will give me up.
Austin, do you honestly believe Catherine will give up Mr. Townsend?
I count on it, Elizabeth. She has such an admiration for her father.
Oh, we all know about that. But it only makes me pity her more. Isn't there a chance you might be wrong about Mr. Townsend?
About his material resources?
Oh, no, he is poor. We all know that. I mean about his motives.
My dear sister, I have spent my life in estimating people. And in 19 cases out of 20, I have been right. But to make doubly sure of my judgment in this case, I have arranged to have a talk with his sister, Mrs. Montgomery, tomorrow. But you must understand my situation, Mrs. Montgomery, my state of mind. Your brother wishes to marry my daughter, and I wish to find out what sort of young man he is.
It is difficult to talk about one's brother.
Not if you're fond of him, and have something good to say.
Yes, even then. When a good deal depends upon it.
Nothing depends upon it, for you.
I mean for Miss Sloper.
Ah, exactly, that's the point. My poor little girl is the best creature in the world. She is so soft, so simple-minded. She would be an easy victim, and a bad husband would have remarkable facilities for making her miserable, for she would have neither the intelligence nor the resolution to get the better of him. I'm sure if you were to see Catherine, you'd feel sorry for her. I see you're interested.
I have been, since he told me of the engagement.
Mrs. Montgomery, my daughter has an estate of 10,000 in her own right, and should she marry the husband I approve, she stands to inherit another 20,000 at my death.
And if Morris should marry her?
He would become master of 10,000 only. I should leave my own fortune to public institutions.
Does Morris know this?
I shall be most happy to inform him.
What makes you dislike Morris so much?
I dislike him exclusively as a son-in-law, as the caretaker of my only child, who is singularly ill-adapted to take care of herself. You are at liberty to contradict me, but your brother strikes me as selfish and shallow.
I wonder you've discovered he is selfish.
The type to which your brother belongs was made to be the ruin of you women. The type insists that someone else shall suffer for them, and women do that sort of thing, as you must know, wonderfully well. You have suffered immensely for your brother, haven't you?
I don't know how you found that out.
Kindly answer my question. Don't you give your brother money?
Yes, I have given him money.
And you've not had much to give.
If you ask for a confession of poverty, it's easily made. I am very poor.
And your family is numerous.
I have 5 children. And I'm happy to say I can bring them up decently.
Your brother can count.
Count? What do you mean?
He knows there are 5 and that you have very little money.
I have often told him so.
I have ascertained what I suspected. Your brother lives off you.
I have never complained.
Mrs. Montgomery, as a moral satisfaction, there's something I should like to hear you say. I should like to hear you say, my brother Morris is abominably selfish.
You distress me, sir. He is, after all, my brother. His talents
are first rate. I'm sorry. I regret having so distressed you. But it's all for my poor Catherine. You must know her and you'll understand.
I should like to know your daughter. Yes. Dr. Sloper, don't let her marry him.
Thus ends the first episode in a 2-part adaptation of Washington Square by Henry James. Brought to you by the NBC University of the Air as one of the world's great novels. Washington Square was adapted for radio by Joseph Cochran. Geraldine Kay was featured as Catherine, and Sherman Marks as Dr. Sloper. Morris Townsend was played by Ken Nordine. Lavinia by Hilda Graham, Mrs. Almond by Margaret Brayton, and Mrs. Montgomery by Fern Persons. Jonathan Hole was the narrator. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production under the direction of Homer Heck. Listen next week to the second episode of Washington Square by Henry James. And remember that your local public library invites you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. This is John Conrad, and this program came to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Poor school conditions handicap our children and weaken our nation. With millions of additional children thronging our schools in the next few years, it is important that all of us take an active part in improving our schools and enlisting more teachers. You can help by joining your school board and civic groups. Give your time so that your children will have the best in education. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Great Company. Novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second and final episode in its dramatization of Henry James' penetrating study of a widower and his daughter in the metropolitan America of 1895. Washington Square, another in our series of books that live the world's great novels.
The confession wrung from Mrs. Montgomery that her brother Morris was selfish, and her plea not to let him marry Catherine Sloper, was a triumph and a great moral satisfaction to the father. With the cold, detached attitude of the scientist, Dr. Sloper prepared himself to watch the drama unfold. The idea of a struggle with her father weighed heavily on Catherine's soul, and she was hoping that by being very good, that is, by not seeing Morris and not mentioning him, the situation would in some mysterious way improve. But Aunt Lavinia was dismayed at the lack of any change, and over repeated that Catherine should act, should
do something striking. Lavinia was in daily communication with Morris and pleaded with him to meet her and finally arranged a tryst in an oyster bar on 7th Avenue.
Ah, Morris, you must prepare for the worst.
You mean your brother won't come around?
You will never win him over by argument. You must take action.
What do you mean?
You must elope with Catherine.
And what will that gain me?
Don't you see? If you marry in spite of him, it will prove you are interested only in Catherine, not the money.
Do you suppose there's a will already made out in Catherine's favor?
Oh, I suppose so. Even doctors must die.
And you believe he would certainly change it?
Yes, but he would change it back again after the marriage. So in the long run, you would get the money.
Ah, but one can't depend on that.
Do you want to depend on it?
Well, I'm afraid of being the cause of injury to Catherine.
Of course you are, my dear boy. But everything will turn out all right if only you will be brave, daring. Carry Catherine away and marry her secretly. Oh, my goodness, the time. I must go before they miss me. I'll tell Catherine I've seen you. How delighted she will be to know I have been with you to comfort you, to encourage you.
You should not have seen Mr. Townsend. It isn't right, Aunt Lavinia. I promised my father not to see him. Oh, what did he say? How did he look?
He looked very handsome, but terribly haggard and dark under the eyes. There was something grand and brilliant in his very misery.
You'd better not make any more appointments with Mr. Townsend.
My poor child, are you jealous of me?
Oh, Aunt Lavinia, how can you say such things? I don't believe Mr. Townsend himself likes it.
Gentlemen enjoy such things. I know what gentlemen like.
My father wouldn't like it if he knew.
Pray, do you propose to inform him?
No, Aunt Lavinia, but please don't do it again.
But the poor boy. If you could have seen him, his dark eyes, his misery. Someone must see him and let him know that you are steadfast. You must seek him.
I shall tell Father that I want to see Morris again. I shall tell him tonight.
Come in. Come in. Well, what's the matter, Catherine? You're standing there like a ghost. Come in.
You told me if I should have anything more to say about Mr. Townsend, you would be glad to hear it.
Ah, exactly, my dear.
I thought I would tell you that I have not seen him, but I would like to do so.
To bid him goodbye?
He's not going away.
Then it is not to bid him goodbye.
No, Father, not that. At least not forever. I should like to see him.
Have you written to him?
Yes, 4 times.
It would take only one letter to dismiss him.
I haven't done that. I have asked him to wait.
Catherine, you're a dear, faithful child. Come here to your father. Let me hold you.
Oh, Father, you kiss me so seldom.
Tell me, do you wish to make your father very happy?
I should like to, but I'm afraid I can't.
You can. It all depends on your will.
Is it to give him up?
Yes, darling, it's to give him up.
You are happier than I, Father.
Catherine, have you no faith in my wisdom, in my tenderness, and my solicitude for your future?
Father.
Don't you suppose I know something of men, their vices, their follies, their falsities?
He's not vicious. He isn't false. I can't believe that.
I don't ask you to believe it, but to take it on trust.
What has he done? What do you know?
He has never done anything. He's a selfish idler.
Oh, Father, don't abuse him.
Oh, I don't mean to abuse him. That would be a mistake. However, you may do as you wish.
I may see him again?
Just as you choose.
Will you forgive me?
By no means.
I wish to explain, to tell him to wait.
To wait for what?
Till you know him better, until you consent.
Don't you tell him any such nonsense. I know him well enough, and I shall never consent.
But we can wait a long time.
Of course. You can wait till I die, if you wish.
Father.
Your engagement will have one delightful effect on you. It will make you extremely impatient for that event.
It is certain, Father, that if I don't marry before your death, I will not after.
Catherine, there's one thing you can tell Mr. Townsend when you see him again. that if you marry without my consent, I do not leave you a penny.
That would be right.
My dear child, your simplicity is touching. Just you make that remark in that tone and with that expression to Mr. Townsend and take note of the answer. It won't be polite. It'll express irritation. He may even be rude.
He will never be rude to me.
Tell him what I say, all the same.
I think I will see him then.
Exactly as you choose.
It will be only once, for the present.
Exactly as you choose. I've told you what I think. If you see him, you will be an ungrateful, cruel child and will have given your old father the greatest pain of his life. You may go now.
Oh, Father.
Oh, my darling, you should not have made me wait so long before telling me to come. You don't know how I've been living. Ah, but that's past. Now, have you called me to give me good news? Has your father repented?
No, Morris. He still looks at it the same way.
Then you must take me or leave me. You can't please your father and me both. You must choose between us.
I've chosen you.
Then marry me next week.
Isn't there some other way?
If you fear your father more than you love me, then your love is not what I hoped it was. You're terribly afraid of him, aren't you?
I don't know that I am. Really?
I don't know what you mean by really.
Morris, my father has asked me to tell you very distinctly and directly that if I marry without his consent, I shall not inherit a penny of his fortune. He made a great point of this. He seemed to think...
Ah, he thought it would make a difference. Well, it will.
How do you mean, a difference?
In that we shall be poorer by many thousands of dollars. But you will not suffer any loss of affection from me. He thought that message would annoy me, and when you delivered it, I would throw off the mask and leave you. Well, you can tell him from me that I don't care that for his message.
Oh, I don't think I could tell him that.
Do you know, you sometimes disappoint me.
I disappoint everyone. Aunt Lavinia and my father.
Catherine, it's your belief, then, he will stick to his idea of disinheriting you.
My sorrow is that if I marry you, he will think I'm not good.
Then he will never forgive you, is that it?
Oh, then you must love me very much.
I will. There can be no doubt of it. But don't you think if you were to try to be very clever, you might in the end conjure it away? It seems to me a really clever woman in your place, if she set about it right, might bring him around at last. Don't you think...
Oh, Morris, I'm not clever. Morris?
Yes?
I will marry you as soon as you please.
Catherine's days in the big house in Washington Square were dismal indeed after her offer to marry Morris any day he wished. Because of her high sense of honor, it seemed that in declaring her love for Morris, she had broken a sacred law. Dr. Sloper knew perfectly well what he was about, and determined not to speak first, he bided his time until Catherine, torn between love for Morris, compassion for her father, and driven by her high sense of duty, broke the silence.
Father, I have seen Morris again.
How does that concern your father, whose wishes you no longer heed?
I think we shall marry before long, and meanwhile I shall see him rather often, about once a week.
Why not 3 times a day? What prevents your meeting him as often as you choose?
Oh, Father, don't you care?
Not a button. Once you marry, it's quite the same to me when or where or why you do it. Catherine, shall you be married within the next 4 or 5 months?
I don't know, Father. It's not easy for us to make up our minds.
Put it off, then, for 6 months. In the meantime, I will take you to Europe.
Father.
I would like very much for you to go.
Oh, Father, it would be delightful to go to Europe.
Very well, then, we will go. Pack up your clothes.
I'd better tell Mr. Townsend.
Oh. Well, if you mean by that, you'd better ask his permission. All that remains for me is to hope he will give it. We will rest here for a while, Catherine.
Father, it's so raw and cold up here. We're so high, I breathe with difficulty. Should we go on?
What, stop before we've come to the top of the pass? And miss the most enchanting view of the Italian Alps?
It's so cold and desolate. Father, why are you looking at me like that?
We have been away 8 months. Have you given him up?
No, Father.
Does he write to you?
Yes. About twice a month.
I am very angry.
I'm
You
sorry.
try my patience. And it's time you knew what I'm like. I'm not a very good man. Though I am very smooth externally. Inwardly, I am very passionate, and I assure you I can be harsh.
Why are your hands twitching? Why are you staring at my throat? Father, can't we go back to the carriage, please?
I am extremely angry with you.
Why has it taken you so suddenly?
It has not taken me suddenly. I've been raging inwardly for the last 8 months we've been abroad. But just now this seemed a good place to fare out. It's so quiet. The valley is far below. We stand on the brink and we are alone. Would you like to be left in such a lonely spot as this, Catherine, and starve?
What do you mean?
That will be your fate, you know. That's how he will leave you.
That's not true. You ought not to say it, Father. It's not right, and it's not true.
No, it's not right, because you won't believe it. But it is true. But what do you mean to do when you get home?
We shall probably marry.
All I ask is that you give me definite notice. When a poor man's to lose his only child, he likes to have an inkling of it beforehand.
Oh, Father, you will not lose me.
Mr. Townsend ought to be very grateful to me. I've done a mighty good thing for you in taking you abroad. With all the knowledge and taste you've acquired, your value is twice as great. We have fattened the sheep before he kills it. Well, I shall waste no more money on this venture. We shall return home.
Upon her arrival in New York, Catherine had to wait until the next day to see Morris. But that evening she listened with mixed feelings of interest and apprehension as the intensely sympathetic Aunt Lavinia embellished the qualities of her betrothed. Though it was a pleasure to talk to one who was not unjust to Morris, it was painful to hear another woman interpret and explain the qualities of the man so dear and understandable only to her.
I suppose you think you know him, my dear, but you don't. You will someday. But it will be only after you've lived with him. I may almost say I have lived with him. I think I know him now. I've had such wonderful opportunities. It's a wonderful character, full of energy and passion and just as true.
He wrote me that you had been very kind to him.
He came quite frequently.
I wish he had not spent so much time here, but had found some employment.
Well, he has found employment. It's beautiful news. He's gone into partnership with a commission merchant.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Now your father will think differently of him.
My father is more determined than before. More terrible.
Well, I must say you've grown very brave.
Yes, Aunt Lavinia. I am braver than I was. I shall never plead with Father for anything. I have come home to be married.
Of course, my darling, we shall be married. But before we do, I would like to have a try at bringing your father around.
You would only make him worse.
You say that because I managed so badly before. I'm much wiser now. I've had a year to think it over. I'll have more tact.
Is that what you've been thinking of for a year?
Much of the time, the idea sticks in my crop. I don't like to be beaten.
How are you beaten if you marry me?
Of course, not on the main issue. But I am, don't you see, and all the rest of it, on the question of my reputation, my pride in proving your father wrong. Do let me have a go at him again.
Please don't try. Nothing good will come of it. I have a very good reason.
And what is your reason?
He is not very fond of me.
Oh, bother.
Don't say anything unkind, Morris. He can't help it. It's because he's so fond of my mother, whom he lost when I was born. She was beautiful and very, very brilliant. I'm not at all like her. I feel separated from my father now.
And I have come between you and your father.
Morris, you must be very kind to me now. It is a great thing to be separated from your father, whom you worshipped
before I entered your life. I wonder if I can make up for the unhappiness I've caused you, Catherine.
I have been unhappy, or would have been if I didn't love you so much. You and I must be very happy together, Morris. You are all I have now.
My brother's hatred burns with a lurid flame, the flame that never dies. But it does not light up your future, Morris. I can extract nothing from Catherine. She's so terribly secretive since your last visit. That visit when I am so sure something very important happened. She seems to expect to be married soon, and has evidently made preparations while in Europe. Great quantities of clothing, 10 pairs of shoes. My dear friend, I am intensely anxious to see you, as I want to bring you news of the utmost importance. Meet me on Wednesday, and I will tell you.
You have told me of your sympathy 1,000 times, Lavinia. Just as you've told me her father combines the properties of a lump of ice and a red-hot coal. Catherine has made it thoroughly clear, and you have told me till I'm sick of hearing it. He will never give us a penny. I regard that as mathematically proved.
Couldn't you bring a lawsuit against him?
I will bring a lawsuit against you if you ask me any more such nonsensical questions. Oh. A man should know when he's beaten. I must give her up. Yes, I must give her up.
I think I understand you.
Couldn't you take her down a little, prepare her, and try to ease it off?
She will suffer much.
You must console her. You ought to make it easy for me to tell her.
Should you like me to tell her?
Well, you can just explain. Yes, that's it. Explain to her that I can't bring myself to step in between her and her father.
That's like you. So generous, so finely felt.
Oh, botheration.
Do you mean never to see her again?
Oh, no, I shall come again. But what's the use of dragging it out? I've been 4 times since she came back. I can't keep it up indefinitely. She oughtn't to expect that, you know. A woman should never keep a man dangling.
He came again without bringing off the last parting, and again, and again. It was evident that Lavinia had not prepared Catherine for the blow, and Morris found the graceful exit he had mentally rehearsed so many times blocked by the expectant look in Catherine's eyes. Having no airs, no arts, she never attempted to hide her expectancy. But as his calls became of shorter and shorter duration, and his conversation so hollow, when really they should have had so much to talk about, she became alarmed.
Are you sick, Morris? You seem so restless and you look pale.
I'm not at all well.
You oughtn't to work so hard.
I must work. You know, people talk tremendously about a man's marrying a rich girl. It's excessively disagreeable.
Morris, you're too proud. But we must bear these things together.
There are some things we can't bear together, Catherine. For instance, separation.
Why do you speak of separation?
You must promise not to make a scene.
A scene? Do I make scenes?
All women do.
I don't. Where are you going?
To New Orleans. About buying some cotton.
I'm perfectly willing to go to New Orleans.
Do you think I'd take you down there? It's a nest of yellow fever.
If there is yellow fever, Morris, you must not go.
It's to make $6,000. Do you grudge me that satisfaction?
We have no need for $6,000.
You can afford to say that. This is my great chance.
You can go to New Orleans some other time. There'll always be plenty of cotton. It isn't the moment to choose.
You said you wouldn't make a scene. I call this making a scene.
But then it is you who are making it. I've never asked you anything before. We've waited too long already.
Very well, then. I'll transact my business by letter. Now I must go. Try and be calmer the next time I come.
When will you come?
I'll come next Saturday.
Come tomorrow. I want you to come tomorrow. I'll be very quiet.
I said Saturday.
Yes, Saturday too, but tomorrow first.
Yes, and if I don't come tomorrow, you'll say I deceived you.
You can come if you will.
I'm a busy man. I'm not a dangler.
Morris, are you going to leave me?
Yes. For a little while.
For how long?
Till you're reasonable again.
I shall never be reasonable in that way. Think of what I have done. I've given up everything.
You shall now have everything back.
You wouldn't say that if you didn't mean something. What is it? What's changed you? What have I done?
I'll write you. That's better.
You won't come back.
Dear Catherine, don't believe that. I promise you that you will see me again.
But Catherine waited in vain for word from Morris. Her 2 short letters went unanswered. She tried to hide her grief and desperation, but with her simple, honest nature, this was impossible. Although the doctor had informed his younger sister Elizabeth that the scoundrel had backed out of the marriage, he had said nothing to Catherine. He let a week go by, then one morning strolled into the parlor where she was sitting alone.
It doesn't seem to me, Catherine, that you're treating me just now with all the consideration I deserve.
I don't know what I've done, Father.
You've apparently quite banished from your mind the request I made you in Europe. The request that you would notify me in advance before leaving my house.
I have not left your house.
But you intend to leave it? Your mind has already taken up its residence with your prospective husband.
I will try to be more cheerful.
You certainly ought to be cheerful. To the pleasure of marrying a brilliant young man, you add that of having your own way. You're a very lucky young lady.
I would like to go to my room.
May I first have the pleasure of your answer? When you go, your Aunt Lavinia marches. It would be convenient for me to know when I can expect an empty house.
I don't know. Morris had to go to New Orleans on business.
Will it be tomorrow? Is it next week or the week after?
I shall not go away.
Indeed, where do you plan to set up your abode? Surely, knowing how I regard your marriage, you do not intend to ask your proud young man to live under my roof. I'm afraid the common respect we hold for each other would not survive the strain.
Mr. Townsend will not be back.
Has he backed out, then, just as I said he would?
No. I have broken off my engagement.
You have broken it off?
I have asked him to leave New York, and he has gone away for a long time.
I must say I don't understand you, Catherine. After all these months of steadfast devotion, and when I was given to understand that you could not live without your young man, you calmly tell me you've dismissed him. How does he take his dismissal?
I don't know.
You mean you just told him to go away for a long time? Your tone would seem to indicate that you don't care how he took the dismissal. Isn't that rather cruel?
Cruel? How could I ever be cruel to Morris?
Isn't it cruel on your part to have encouraged the young man all this time? Played with him and then suddenly dismiss him? My dear child, no man likes that, having a woman make a fool of him.
For 17 years, the name of Morris was never mentioned in the Sloper household. But Catherine, refusing even to consider the few suitors the doctor managed to interest, grew into an admirable old maid. There was something dead in her life, and her duty was to try and fill its place. She mingled freely in the usual gaieties of the town, and became a great favorite of the young people, who were apt to confide their love affairs to her. But if she managed to lead an undisturbed life, apparently untroubled by thoughts of Mr. Townsend, the doctor did not, for he was obsessed with the fear that after his death, Mr. Townsend might come back and rob him of his triumph.
Catherine, I would like you to promise me something before I die.
I hope you shall live for a very long time.
Promise me not to marry Morris Townsend after I'm gone.
Why do you speak of him now?
Because he's a topic. He has lately come to New York and has been at your cousin's house.
Oh?
He has grown fat and bald, Catherine. But he has not made his fortune. That's why I ask you to promise.
I seldom think of Mr. Townsend.
Promise me after my death to do the same.
I don't think I can promise that.
I ask for a very particular reason. I am altering my will.
I can't promise.
You are obstinate. Upon my word, I had no idea how obstinate you are.
I was not always so, Father. Once I worshipped you.
About a year later, Dr. Sloper died from a severe cold. Catherine and her Aunt Lavinia lived on quietly for years in the big house in Washington Square. Lavinia, romantic to the last, persuaded Morris Townsend that he should again try to arouse the flame of love in Catherine. He came. It took but little urging, but he left very quickly. Years before, when her father had accused her of being impatient for his death, she had replied, "If I don't marry him before your death, I will not after." And Catherine kept her word.
So ends Washington Square by Henry James. Brought to you by the NBC University of the Air as one of the world's great novels. Washington Square was adapted for radio by Joseph Cochran. Geraldine Kay and Sherman Marks were featured as Catherine and Dr. Sloper. Morris Townsend was played by Ken Nordine, and Lavinia by Hilda Graham. Jonathan Howell was the narrator. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Listen next week to the first episode of a three-part version of The Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Samuel Clemens. And don't forget that your local public library wants you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. John Conrad speaking. This program came to you from Chicago. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, the problem of being peacemaker in an argument is not an easy one, particularly when you have two brilliant individuals involved, each firmly believing that he is right. You have to see both sides, but you can't take either side. And still you have to keep them together, as I tried to do in tonight's story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these incidents really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The personal controversy between Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday had been going on for some time. But one morning it came right out in the open at a meeting of my cabinet. All right, gentlemen, we're ready for the report of the Secretary of State. Mr. Faraday, please.
Mr. President, the newly appointed minister, Charles Montreux, will soon be arriving in this country. I don't know him personally, but I've heard something of his reputation. He'll be very much in sympathy with the ideals of your administration, Mr. President, and with the ideals of our country.
A question, Mr. Faraday.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
It's not important whether Montreux is sympathetic with us or not. I'd like to know if we're apt to be sympathetic with him. I see a difference.
What do you mean, Ed?
France has just been through a revolution and civil war, and her new government is at war with England. The majority of Americans hope to see England win that war.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Taylor. The overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-French in sympathy, and they should be. The new French government is founded on the same liberal ideas as ours. Besides, France is an ally of ours by treaty.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ed.
I wish to make a motion for the Cabinet's consideration. I move that this government suspend the treaty with France.
Mr. President, we can't do that.
Please, gentlemen, please. Go on, Ed.
I move that this government suspend the treaty with France. We signed it with the previous government of France. That government no longer exists. We can no longer be bound by the treaty.
Good heavens, Mr. Taylor. The treaty is not between our government and their government. It's between our people and the French people. Your motion is dishonest and cowardly.
Calling me names won't change the facts, Faraday. Any mark of favor from us to France will only put us in danger of war with England. I say we should not even receive this new French minister.
Impossible.
Faraday, you're not even listening to my arguments. You're opposing me purely for the sake of opposing.
Gentlemen.
But, Mr. President,
Ed, please.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Gentlemen, we face one big question. Is our treaty with France still binding? Whatever we decide, there's the plain risk of war, and that's the last thing we want. Meanwhile, I want all of you to forget your personal feelings and ask yourselves only what's best for our country. Tom, when is Montreux due to arrive?
In about 2 weeks, sir. But I want to warn this meeting. We'll solve nothing by following advice such as Taylor's been urging. I am Secretary of State, and if I'm to be hampered and obstructed by the Secretary of Treasury, my advice ignored, I can no longer remain in this cabinet.
Oh, Tom, please now.
Mr. President, I don't know why you let those two men cause you so much trouble.
Oh, I don't suppose they realize it.
You're more important than Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday and the whole cabinet and Congress.
Now, just a minute, Miss Sarah. I'm not more important. My job is.
All right, your job then. But if they can't get together, you'll have to choose between them.
I need them both, Miss Sarah. I know their points of view clash. Taylor favors the notion of an aristocratic monarchy. Faraday is a democratic Republican. One believes in authority, and the other has faith in the people.
And neither is willing to give up his ideas in favor of the other.
Miss Sarah, in times like these, they will have to. England and France are at war. Other nations may join at any moment. We may be involved. We've got to have national unity.
It can't depend on only two men.
It does. I've got to bring them together, Miss Sarah. I've got to talk to them separately. First send for Tom Faraday, then get me Ed Taylor. Sit down, Tom. I've asked you to come here because of what happened at the cabinet meeting this morning.
I would have said more, Mr. President, but I was afraid of losing my temper entirely. You heard Taylor in the meeting. Of all the short-sighted, dangerous, cold-blooded suggestions I ever heard. I have listened to him, sir, for over 3 years. I've seen him twist you around his little finger. Anything to block me.
Well, I have something to say about that, Tom.
Then I've got to ask you, sir. Either demand his resignation from the cabinet or let me resign.
Sour grapes, Tom?
Frankly, it isn't all on account of Ed Taylor. I want to go home, have some time with my family. I'm 50 years old, Mr. President. I've been in government service for most of the last 20. I've got grown daughters. I want to know them better before it's too late.
I'd like to go home too, Tom. But I can't.
Of course, but if I'm no longer in the cabinet, sir, things will go much more smoothly. Let Taylor have his way.
I will not. And I won't let you have your way either. I want you to promise to cooperate with Ed Taylor.
I don't see what good can come of it.
Tom, both you and Ed have a great deal to give your country. You've proven it already. You'll go on proving it in the years ahead. I'm not going to let either of you fail in your duty. You belong in the cabinet, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you both in it.
Mr. President, I don't like Taylor. I don't agree with anything he says or does.
Well, you can compromise. You've got to.
Oh, yes, we can compromise on small points. But when it comes to matters of principle, I'm sorry. I can't compromise. And let me say this about Taylor. I don't think he can either.
Well, what about my principles?
What?
Well, never mind. Do I have your promise? I want you both in the cabinet, almost at any cost. At least until we solve the French question.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll do my best.
Good. Now about the French treaty and Montreux.
Mr. President, you can see how impossible it is to suspend the treaty.
So far, I agree with you. But suppose Montreux insists we join France in her war against England.
I don't know, sir.
It seems to me it depends largely on what orders Montreux's got from his government in Paris. And it depends on public opinion here, doesn't it?
Well, that means it depends on Montreux.
Exactly. So let's not try to decide everything now. Let's wait for Montreux to arrive in this country. Meanwhile, Tom, you won't forget your promise.
I'll try not to, sir.
I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Very grateful. I'm glad to see you, Ed. Sit down, won't you? I want to talk to you about what happened at the cabinet meeting.
If it's about Tom Faraday, that was disgraceful, sir.
I'm sorry that your feelings had to come to a head on such an important question. Ed, England and France are at war. If we're not careful, we can easily find ourselves in the middle. We cannot allow personal antagonism to threaten our nation's unity.
I agree entirely, Mr. President. But the situation's impossible, and you've got to do something about it.
Got to?
Faraday is a schemer. The ideas he gives you are false, dangerous, tricky.
Ed, I frequently get ideas of my own, you know.
Faraday knows how to make you think they're yours. He knows how to fight me through you. I can fight him alone and beat him. I can't fight him and you. I've reformed the finances of the country, but still he resists. And he won't be satisfied till he's spoiled everything I've done. Will you ask him for his resignation?
No, I won't.
Then I want you to accept my resignation.
Aren't you forgetting something? Aren't you forgetting that your work isn't the whole thing? It's only part of the whole.
Spoil a part and you spoil the whole.
I don't want to take any credit from you that's rightfully yours. But I'm the only one who can judge what each of you is.
Exactly, sir. I want you to judge between me and Faraday and choose between us.
I refuse to do that, Fred, emphatically.
Then I'll do it for you.
Ed, will you... And I'm sorry. I don't mean to get angry, but I've got to tell you a simple truth you're losing sight of. You're responsible to me, but I'm responsible to the whole country.
Of course, but...
Just a moment. You're an honest, conscientious public servant, and you naturally think only your ideas are best for the country. But maybe not all of them are. You have your opinion about the French situation. Tom Faraday has his. But we can only find out which is right by a little less fighting and a little more cooperation between you. You've got to learn to cooperate with Tom Faraday.
Me? Let him learn to cooperate.
Oh, cooperate doesn't mean give in, Ed. It means cooperate. If Faraday cooperates with you, give and take. Reasonable compromise. Will you cooperate with him?
Will he cooperate with me?
I've talked to him. I think he will. I'm asking you to do the same. Will you, Ed?
I'll do everything I can, which is in the best interest of my country.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to you.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Ed.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Well, Mr. President, have you soothed their ruffled feelings?
Well, frankly, Miss Sarah, I don't think I can change their feelings, but I have appealed to their intelligence. I hope it works.
But, Mr. President, if you can't change their feelings, is it really worth it?
As long as it keeps the country in one piece, it is, Miss Sarah.
But you're the one doing that. You as the president, not
Miss
they.
Sarah, with Taylor's financial reform, we're keeping the nation's economy in good shape. That's important to business people in the East. And with Faraday in the cabinet, farmers, small merchants, working men know that we're working for them. Unity in America, Miss Sarah. Unity in America.
Yes, I see. unity at your expense.
Well, as to the rest of the world, Miss Sarah, I'd admire any country that could have in its government at the same time two such men as Taylor and Faraday.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Taylor is here to see
Oh,
you.
good. Come in, Taylor. Come in.
Mr. President.
How are you?
Montreux has arrived in this country, sir.
Well, didn't we expect him to?
Yes, Mr. President. But where would you expect him to come on his arrival in this country?
Oh, to the capital, of course.
It might interest you to know, sir, that he disembarked at Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, he must have had a good reason. I see nothing to be alarmed about.
I tell you, Montreux is up to something. I wouldn't be surprised if Faraday hadn't arranged.
Now, just a moment, then. Let's not start this all over again. If Montreux is up to something, then it's more than ever necessary that we stop fighting among ourselves.
I only wanted to forewarn you, sir.
Thank you, Anne. But let's not anticipate trouble.
Our organization has been anticipating your arrival, Mr. Montreux. I assure you have many supporters here, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Bellows.
Yeah, we've made all the preliminary arrangements, but these are the best accommodations we could get for you here in Charleston.
Oh, but they are charming, Monsieur Bellows. Charming. Listen to the people outside.
Yes, maybe you ought to say a few words to them, huh?
Speak to them?
Yes, sure.
Yes, a good idea. My friend, I bring you greetings from France, from the people of France, from your fellow fighters for liberty. I know you feel as I do, that France is the champion of freedom in all the world, and that England is the enemy of freedom. Thank you, my friend, thank you. Close the window, Monsieur Bellows.
Yes.
I am pleased, my friend. The people are most friendly to me.
Yes, sir. I wrote you they would be, sir.
It will make my work and yours so much easier.
You won't have any trouble, Mr. Monroe. You can see for yourself. Nobody's neutral so far as your war is concerned.
Yes, I am satisfied.
Lots of men will be glad to go over to France to fight for you. My committee's got thousands of names already. And shipyards will be glad to sell your ships to fight against England, sir.
Monsieur Bellows, I want much more than men and ships.
More?
I want the United States to declare war on England.
War? Well, that's a little more than any of your friends in this country expected, sir.
It is logical.
Well, you may find some people not willing to go that far, sir.
Then we will change their minds.
But we'd better think about
We
that.
have thought about it, monsieur, in Paris. And I have orders from my government to work secretly to stir up public opinion in favor of war against England.
Well, yes, that'd better be very secret.
Perhaps not. In the cabinet is that great and good friend of France, Monsieur Thomas Faraday.
But don't forget the president,
The
sir.
president? I have plans for him. I do not think he will give us any trouble.
Well, you'll be seeing him soon.
I do not want to see him soon.
What?
I have decided to take 2 or 3 weeks to see something of your beautiful country, to talk to the people, you see?
Yeah.
Now, Monsieur Bellows, some dinner with some good wine, don't you think? We might even drink to France's new ally in our war.
Tom, Ed, I've asked you both here to find out your opinion about Minister Montreux. I've been reading reports of the speeches he's been making in every town on his way here from Charleston. He's not behaving like a minister. Trying to influence public opinion in a country where he's only an official guest.
It is very strange, Mr. President.
Strange? It's outrageous. A number of papers are supporting him, too, and pro-French groups are forming. Especially in the South Town, with help from your friends.
Well, that's not my doing, sir. Besides, what about the pro-British sentiment stirred up by Taylor's organizations in New England?
Listen to me, Faraday. You
Now, wait a minute. Wait a moment, both of you. Trying to beat each other isn't any help. Now, let's stick to Montreux.
Mr. President, I think his behavior is a deliberate insult to you.
Ed, I didn't think that would bother you.
I beg your pardon.
Anyway, that's not important. It's true he's taking his own time and coming here to be officially received. But on the other hand...
It's an outrage, sir. I urge you to refuse to see him when he does come. Let him go back to France, a failure, and face the humiliation.
What do you think, Tom?
I agree that Montreux is behaving badly, sir, but let's bear in mind there's great sympathy for France in this country. He may be overwhelmed by it.
That pro-French sympathy you're always talking about, Faraday, it comes from the most stupid part of the population.
Taylor, Well, let's not argue. Since the treaty is still binding, Mr. President, we cannot refuse to accept Montreux as minister. I am sure he'll be more discreet in the future. Let's not act against him now.
You agree, Ed?
I don't see what difference it makes, what I think.
It does make a difference, Ed. Don't you see that...
Very well, sir.
Now, the important thing to remember, however, is that Montreux's got to be handled very carefully by all of us. For instance, when he presents his credentials, I must receive him as an accredited representative of a friendly power. Mr. Montreux, on behalf of the citizens of the United States, I welcome you to this country. There has always been great fellow feeling between your people and ours, and I'm sure your presence among us will only increase it.
I am confident it will, Monsieur le Président. The people of France look to America as the one nation in the entire world which truly understands their yearning for freedom.
We wish your country and every country the best of good fortune, sir.
Well, Mr. Montreux, how did the president receive you, sir?
Well, he was very polite, but, Monsieur Burroughs, I am not sure that he understands our problem.
Well, when it's presented properly, he will, sir. After all, you have an eloquent champion in the Secretary of State, sir.
Yes, Monsieur Faraday. But why not? Our cause is the cause of freedom. And is that not also the cause of this country? Whoever helps France helps the cause of freedom. Whoever keeps France and the United States apart is an enemy of freedom. But, Monsieur Burroughs, we have many friends here.
Gentlemen, we all realize our tremendous obligations to the nation which once assisted us so generously in our struggle for freedom. A nation to which we are still financially indebted. That nation is now fighting her own battle to win a similar freedom. Gentlemen, as Secretary of State, I am privileged to introduce to this club our great and good friend, the French minister, Monsieur Charles Montreux.
Gentlemen, France is fighting for her life. It is not enough for you, our American friends, to give us sympathy. We need you as an ally.
Gentlemen, as Secretary of the Treasury, I address this meeting of our party in New York. And I want to warn you, don't be carried away by the passions of those who are trying to take us into a war against England. If our sympathies belong anywhere, they belong with England.
Gentlemen of the newspapers, my colleague in the cabinet, Secretary of the Treasury, Taylor, sees fit to arouse public opinion against France. He forgets the bonds that unite us and that great country.
Bonds between us and France? I ask you, gentlemen, where can it lead us? Only to a war against England. The Secretary of State should choose his friends more carefully.
Tom, Ed, I can't let this go on any longer.
Mr. President.
Just a moment, Ed. You remember, both of you, just before I received Montreux, I asked you to be extra cautious. You remember that, don't you, Tom?
Yes, but Mr.
Both
President...
of you have ignored that request. Tom, you've openly favored Montreux, deliberately helped him arouse pro-French feeling. Ed, you've deliberately stirred up opposition feeling.
I've only been trying to strike a balance. Faraday...
All right. Which one of you started it isn't important now. The point is, how do we stop it? Gentlemen, I'm going to issue a proclamation of neutrality.
Mr. President, a final copy of the neutrality proclamation for your signature, sir.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. There you are.
Is something wrong, Mr. President?
Oh, the usual, only more so.
Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday.
Everything I've done with those two may come to nothing, Miss Sarah. I've just got to hope they'll come to their senses of their own accord, or that something will happen to wake them up.
Monsieur Faraday.
Yes, sit down, Mr. Montreux. You've, of course, you know about the neutrality proclamation.
It is incredible, monsieur. I've talked to many people. I've been through many towns and cities. I know how everyone feels. They are not neutral.
The president wants to avoid war, Mr. Montreux.
And you, Monsieur Faraday, all over France, you are known to be a friend.
I was, and I am.
Do you intend to enforce the neutrality laws?
I am the Secretary of State. That is the law of my country, Mr. Montreux.
The proclamation says it is a crime for any American citizen to aid my country.
That is right.
It would not be a crime for me to help my country, would it?
I'd be very careful, Mr. Montreux.
Careful? Monsieur, I fight for liberty. The time to be careful is past. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. I have invited you here, gentlemen, because I know that the newspapers you represent are already friendly to my country. I know you will be interested, therefore, in these documents.
What are they, Mr. Montreux?
These are copies of the official correspondence between myself and the American administration. You may publish them all.
Well, this is an unusual thing to do, Mr. Montreux.
These are unusual times. In these letters, you will find all the true reasons why this country owes our allegiance to my country. And you will find, too, the ridiculous reasons given by the President and his cabinet for not honoring our treaty.
Mr. Montreux, only yesterday the President proclaimed neutrality. Well, you can't change that by publishing these letters.
You're wrong, my friend. Once the people and Congress read the truth, they will see that the President has acted like a coward. Congress, the true rulers of your great country, will obey the popular feeling. They will force the President and his cabinet to change.
Gentlemen of the cabinet, I think now is the time for me to tell you a decision I've come to. I may hurt some of your feelings, but what I've got to say is more important than anybody's feeling, including mine. I've taken great pains to prevent one part of our country from turning against another part. That's why I've literally begged you, Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday, to stay in the cabinet. But now we find the country split in a different way. Half the people are for France and half for England. And meanwhile, they're forgetting where our own interests lie. That's where our quarreling among ourselves has led us. Instead, let's think only of what's best for our country, now and in the future. I have decided to ask the French government to call Charles Montreux home.
President, sir, Mr. Montreux is very anxious to talk to you, sir.
Of course, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Montreux.
Monsieur le Président, you should be glad to know I have sent my resignation to Paris.
Well, frankly, I'm glad.
though I'm sorry this all happened.
I was, monsieur.
You were, Mr. Montrose?
Well, I am afraid. Well, I admit I made many mistakes. But, Monsieur le Président, I have learned a great deal while I have been here. I have learned a great deal about the kind of freedom we are fighting for. That freedom exists only here. I like this country very much, Monsieur le Président. I am not going back to France.
Well, I'm glad to welcome a new citizen, Mr. Montrose. And what are your plans?
They are somewhat romantic, monsieur.
Oh, really?
I plan to marry.
Well, congratulations, Montrose. Congratulations.
And I shall settle down in New York State.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Montrose. At the beginning, I wasn't so sure we'd have a happy ending. But thank you for coming to see me. And, gentlemen, I think there's one thing we all agree upon. We all like it here. Well, have you guessed yet which president this story happened to? The time was 1793, when George Washington was Mr. President. The man I've called Taylor this evening was really Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who was always at sword's points with Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Montrose was really Citizen Genet, who settled in New York State after losing his appointment, married a daughter of a governor of New York, and lived happily ever after. And as you know, Thomas Jefferson later became President of the United States and served 2 terms. Incidentally, since today is the day of Thanksgiving, it's interesting to remember that George Washington first proclaimed it a national holiday. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold will bring you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The name George Washington has become a symbol of liberty and freedom wherever man has read the records of history. In man's long and bitter struggle for the right to be free, for the right to govern himself, George Washington is a guiding beacon as enduring as history itself. 209 years ago today, George Washington, American, was born. To him, to his principles of freedom, of unity, of tolerance, of democracy itself, this program is dedicated.
Of government, which constitutes you one people, is also now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, in every shape of that very liberty which is so highly prized. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. With slight shades of difference, you have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles. You have in a common cause fought and triumphed together. The independence and liberty you possess are the work of joint councils and joint efforts, of common dangers, sufferings, and successes.
This is a decisive hour in American history. What George Washington said almost 200 years ago is pertinent and meaningful today. For this reason, we have restored with faithful accuracy, from documents, letters, and other historical records, the wisdom, the ideals, the thoughts, and the hopes of George Washington for America. Playing George Washington will be the distinguished actor, writer, director, Orson Welles.
I want you to hear a story of America. A story of a people who came here to find a refuge of hope and security. I want you who live today to hear facts from an historical diary of one who faced a world as difficult and as troubled as your own. I want you, my countrymen, to know how we met those problems, how we faced them, and how we overcame them. It is April 19th, 1775. A fateful day in American history. First blood is shed in the American War of the Revolution.
Who is it?
Courier from the Continental Congress.
Just a minute.
What is it? Important dispatch, sir.
Let me see it. You are hereby requested to attend the special meeting of the Second Continental Congress, which will sit in Philadelphia in May this year, 1775, for the purpose, among others, choosing a commander-in-chief of the Continental Armed Forces. Signed, John Hancock, President of the Congress.
Order, gentlemen, please. Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, members of the Congress, I believe that the Commander-in-Chief of the American Army should be a man satisfactory to all. We want Virginia to support our New England cause. Therefore, we should give our suffrage to a Commander-in-Chief from Virginia.
Mr. President! The gentleman from Virginia, Edmund Randolph.
I propose Colonel William Byrd,
commander of the Virginia force.
I nominate General Andrew Lewis, that gallant soldier from Virginia.
He has neither the experience nor the ability.
I protest, sir.
And so do I, your
Order.
Mr. President. The gentleman from Massachusetts, John Adams.
Mr. President, I propose we end this bickering. I name for your consideration Colonel George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Virginia, Patrick Henry. If you speak of eloquence, there are others more experienced. If you speak of solid information and sound judgment, Colonel Washington is unquestionably the greatest man on the floor. I propose we take a vote. Order. All in favor? Aye! Opposed? Then it is carried. Colonel Washington, this Congress Congress has nominated you to be General and Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the United Colonies. Will you accept the position tendered you?
Yes, gentlemen, I accept it. Though I'm truly sensible of the high honor done me in this appointment, yet I feel a great distress from a consciousness that my abilities and military experience may not be equal to the important trust. However, if the Congress desire it, I will enter upon the momentous duty and exert every power I possess in the service and for the support of this glorious cause. Philadelphia, June 18th, 1775. My dearest Martha, I'm now set down to write you on a subject which fills me with inexpressible concern. I've used every endeavor in my power to avoid it, not only from my unwillingness to part with you and the family, but from a consciousness of its being a trust too great for my capacity, and that I should enjoy more real happiness in 1 month with you at home than I have the most distant prospect of finding abroad, if my stay here were to be 7 times 7 years. But as it has been a kind of destiny that has thrown me upon this service, I shall hope that my undertaking it is designed to answer some good purpose. Your affectionate husband. Soldiers, last Thursday, the Continental Congress of our nation drafted the document which I hold here in my hands. The Declaration of Independence. I'll read it to you. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Our numbers were quite inadequate to the task of opposing General Howe, being reduced by sickness, desertion, and political death. We're obliged to retire before the enemy. New York, north into White Plains. We retreat across the river to New Jersey. Across New Jersey to the Delaware. people knew the predicament we're in, on 1,000 accounts, fewer still would believe if any disaster happened to these lines, from what cause it flowed. I've often thought how much happier I should have been if, instead of accepting a command under such circumstances, I'd taken my musket on my shoulder and entered the ranks, or if I could have justified the measure to posterity in my own conscience and retired to the back country and lived in a wigwam. So I shall be able to rise superior to these and many other difficulties. I shall most religiously believe that the finger of divine providence is in it. The hand of providence would seem to be in it indeed. For on Christmas Eve we attacked Trenton, capturing 23 officers and 866 men. Justice to the officers and men, I must add that their behavior reflected the highest honor among them. Princeton, too, we established ourselves more firmly on the Delaware. The odds soon told. For at Brandywine, our small army was beaten and forced into retreat. Through the want of shoes and stockings, the hard frozen ground, you might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet. Strong symptoms of discontent appeared in particular instances. Nothing but the most active efforts everywhere could avert a shocking catastrophe. Come in.
General Washington.
Yes, Colonel?
General Washington. The men are in a bad way, sir. 10,000 starving, frozen men. What you're asking them to do is impossible.
And what do you propose?
Surrender on whatever terms we can get, sir.
Mm-hmm. Are you cold, sir?
Of course.
Hungry?
Yes.
And discouraged?
Discouraged and beaten, too, sir.
Beaten? Huh. I'm cold. My home's a shelter like yours. I'm hungry. My food's no better than yours. I'm discouraged. What man wouldn't be? But beaten when we've nothing but a few wooden buildings to lose. Man, there's freedom to be gained.
The price is so great, sir.
We've fought long and hard together, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And won sometimes, too. Haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Why can't we win again? And if we should win again, would the price then be too great? Would any price be too great for freedom? For liberty?
General Washington, tell me, do you really think we have a chance? Do you really believe that after this sort of sacrifice, that we can hold out?
Before God, before the men who entrusted me with this command, before all that I love, I do believe it, Colonel.
I'll tell the men that, sir.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and we're doing business as usual, featuring our full assortment of the mysterious and the bizarre. Quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who shall guard the guards? Or, to take it a step higher, who shall judge the judges? This was a problem that plagued the ancient Romans and, obviously,